I didn't officially meet Kevin Miller until I would say the fall of 2020, sometime around October, November of that year, right after I had moved back home to Arkansas after spending 3 years in Texas. And this was around the time I moved back in March of 2020, right around the time when everybody thought the world was ending because of COVID. And, we're all just trying to figure out our own things to do while social distancing. And that's pretty much what I went back to doing what I always do, and that is some sort of sports and sports coverage. And at that time, I was very, very green. I'm still fairly new, but was very green in the business, and really was just trying to form connections. Was trying to just get to know coaches, all those different things. And I received a direct message from Kev on again, it was sometime around October, November of 2020, and it was on Twitter, and it basically just said, "Hey, I do a lot of sports, and I had heard of them before, just kind of watching some video clips on social media and all those things." And he gave me his number, and we hopped on a call. And I'll be honest, I was kind of a little bit confused because I'm like, why is this guy that I don't know? And I really, this is the first time I've ever talked to him in my life. Like, what is it that, why would he want to help me? Like, what business does he have doing that when he's trying to build his own brand and all these different things? And I quickly realized once we got off the call and once I continued to get to know him, that Kev had probably the biggest servant heart of anybody that I've ever met. He's up there with the best of them. And that's just meaning not only in sports, but just being a friend to somebody, whether that was at his job, of course, with his family that he loved so dearly. He was just a servant anywhere that he went, and he was a great encourager to me. And I can't tell you how many times that I felt like I was maybe fed up with this business. We deal with a lot of things and don't get paid very much for it, so I cannot tell you how many times I would give him a call and just really vent. And every single time it was, remember why we do this. And he would remind me, and he was kind of my voice of reason, for lack of a better term. And really, from that point on, we just continued to get stronger and stronger. And we did a lot of things together, also alongside many of the people that are involved in coordinating this event. And after he had put together, he kind of was the leader in putting together the basketball media days that went on last October. And of course, the next thing that we had in mind was football. And unfortunately, he passed away 4 months after the basketball media days, and he didn't get to see this come to fruition. But I have no doubt that Kev is smiling down right now just because of not only this event, but the team camp and just the way that people have honored his memory. Man, it's just been so overwhelming to see people that knew him well, that maybe didn't know him much at all, but just had knew the impact that he had on so many different people. And that's the reason why we're gathering here today. Today and also Thursday and Friday is to do the things that he loved to do in his honor, because at the end of the day, that's really, other than again his family and his work, that was right up there with the most important things. Was bring to important things to him was bringing coverage and bringing exposure to the state of Arkansas, to our athletes. It didn't matter whether you were the last one off the bench or you were a blue chip, 5-star recruit or a NBA lottery draft pick projection in the next few years in basketball. It didn't matter to him. He wanted to help anybody that he could, and I'm so thankful for the friendship that he had, or that I had with him, and just that I had the chance to know him. I only had a chance to know him very closely for about 4.5 years, but hopefully through events like this and things in the future, where his name is involved, that will just continue to help his legacy live on and on and on. When those of us that are helping continue that go on are no longer here either. So I want to personally thank each and every one of you for tuning in. I want to thank First Community Bank for their hospitality, for the amazing just amazing hosts that they have been to us, and all of our sponsors. We've got some great sponsors that have really stepped up and been a big part of this event. So we thank you so much. And again, thank you to those who are watching and following this and also understanding the reason why we do it. I hope you all enjoy these next 3 days. It's going to be a great honor being able to welcome over 60 teams from across most parts of the state of Arkansas. And hopefully this will just turn into something bigger and bigger each year. Thank you all so much. And I hope you enjoy this event. It's going to be a packed 3-day extravaganza that we are so excited about.
Okay, welcome back to Section 2 of the Big Miller Basketball Media Days. We here with Jacksonville High School basketball, the boys. Got head coach Marcus Adams. How you doing, Coach?
Man, I'm doing all right. First and foremost, we really appreciate you guys doing this because this is really, really big for our state. So we really appreciate you guys for doing this. So,
if you would, could you introduce each player starting from left to right or right to left, whichever?
okay,
you prefer?
we have Ethan here. He's our junior forward for us. We have Landon Smith. He's also a junior. We also have Jason McNeary. He's one of our senior guards. We have Justice Moore. He's one of our junior guards.
Right on, Coach. So just to start off, what's some of your goals and expectations coming into this season?
This is my first year here, so taking over for legendary coach and Coach Jordan, been doing it for 30-plus years, so he really left it in good hands. One of our goals, really, we just talked about just going all out all the time. Just talked about the difference between winning and being a winner. Yeah. And one of those things is you want to be a winner, you want to go out all the time.
Yeah.
And one of our expectations, we want to make the state tournament. We know we're in the 5A Central, we're in a tough league with the Sylvan Hills, the Maumelles, the Little Rock Christians, the Catholics, the Greenbriers, and I can keep going to Maumelles, and I keep going so on and so on. Yeah. So, but we just focus on just one day at a time, and also, too, just being 1% better. And that just comes with attention to detail, just being disciplined, and learning how to finish and execute when it has to. So,
right on. Just to go in for the players, to start out with the players from left to right. We can start right here with you, Justice. Give us a little insight on your preparation and your mentality coming into this season.
As a team, we've been focusing on playing together and learning, just the basics and concept basketball. And our expectations, I would say, is just to be competitive in our league and try our best and have fun.
Right. Okay.
I think our preparation is good. We're getting better every single day. We're lifting and being in the gym consistently. Our expectations is to possibly make state, win a lot of games.
Our preparation has been a journey. Last year we struggled with consistency during the season and during practice. This year with Coach Adams, we've been working on staying consistent, staying the course. Doing small stuff like staying after practice 20, 30 minutes a day, getting shots up, getting ready for the season. All right.
I think for this year, I think our whole preparation just getting ready for the defensive side. They say every game is won by the defensive side, so being a good transition team and being able to run with everybody, I think that's going to be a good chance for us to win.
Coach, I'm looking at their shirts. It says culture on it. Is that something that you're hanging your hat on coming into this season when you're talking to your team?
well, I'm going to brag on these shirts because this is just not for basketball. This is a whole program-wide shirt that we put together for our whole entire school district. So it ain't just basketball. It's football, it's baseball, softball, it's track, it's golf, it's cheer. So that is our motto this year, just being all in, that culture, being stronger together. So,
yeah.
Coach, we're used to seeing you around the state, but new city, new colors.
Yeah.
But tell us, what are we going to see? Are you bringing your same style and tenacity to Jacksonville?
Well, we want that competitive spirit with this group, which they already had when I got there. Just with this group here, just being more resilient, but also they know I'm big on just attention to detail. And with that competitive spirit, with intention and detail, just us being disciplined and us trusting each other, not just on the offensive side of the ball, but as the same thing on the defensive side of the ball. So we want to continue to bring that grit and that toughness, but it comes with that, though, you got to be devoted, you got to be disciplined, and you got to be able to finish. So, and that's what we're trying to bring here. So.
And I'd like to hear from the players about, you guys are adjusting to new style, new coach, but, we can start down here on the end with you, Justice. But as leaders on the team, how are you guys, changing your ways from the last year or two to then, leading younger guys with a new style?
So it's definitely been a big change. I think the main difference is just the consistency and the intensity in practice daily. But other than that, it's just competitiveness that we've always had, but I think Coach Adams is really bringing that out of us this year.
Like Justin said, Coach Adams is bringing out the competitive side of each one of us on the team, whether it's staying after practice, who can stay after practice longest, who can compete in defensive drills, offensive drills, everything.
Yes, sir. He was on us tough about being leaders and bringing up the underclassmen. So, I mean, being one of the upperclassmen has been it's been a big change because he's preaching the leadership, the culture, so which we already had, but he's bringing it. So,
I mean, I feel like it helps us out because he's showing us like different ways how to be leaders and step up to show them as well. Like he said, going all out on every play, just showing out that we can just do everything. And if we're messing up, I mean, he's gonna be there to help us, and we can help the younger guys as well.
Now, I can't say this, though. It's a lot of days they're not happy with me either. A lot of them days. They smiling. They're not happy with me a lot of days because they know if they're not doing what they're supposed to do, I'm going to say something. I'm not going to bite my tongue. And they know that.
And just to speak on that, what are some of those strengths and weaknesses of your team at this point, but that you plan on correcting and just give us a little insight on just what they are?
I think from a strength standpoint, I think we can play really fast. I think our guard play has a chance to be really solid. We don't have a lot of size, so we got to be able to find bodies and rebound the basketball. Another thing is I think when it comes down to a team slow us down, I think we'll be able to grind it out. But that comes down to be able to execute and just finish. So if we can rebound the basketball and find bodies, but we talked about being a really, really great defensive transition team because in this league we have to. So we preach that all the time, sprinting back, picking and pointing, trying to build a wall. So because if we're not a good defense transition team, I think we're gonna be in trouble.
So how do you see the team chemistry developing at this point?
From when I first got here in May to now, I think it's gotten better because we've had situations in the summertime. Somebody tell somebody something. Oh, I was already here. No, I'm serious. To now that if they say something to each other, they respond, like they're supposed to. So I think it's been a big growth from May. So what I got in May, from May into now. So it's been 4 or 5 months. Yeah. So it's been a little change. We're not there where we need to be, but it's been getting better. So
Yeah. So we all know that Jacksonville is one of those communities that they show up for their program. So just how important is it for the community to show up this year, considering that you're at a new position at this point, and far as your team being able to.
Well, I think the community's excited just to see like how these young men are going to respond this year too, and also too having that showcase at our place November 15, 16. I think it's going to draw a huge crowd in our community because Jacksonville is big on basketball. So just to see a different style of play and see these guys compete and just get after it, and I think they're excited to see it. So.
And since you brought up the showcase, how important is that non-conference schedule, the scheduling of it, as far as with putting teams, going against teams that really challenges you all?
Well, I know, like I said, we have Hot Springs in that showcase, but I know we're going to have about 7 or 8 great challenges. We got to go to Bentonville. We got to go to North Little Rock. Well, we're playing in the Ben class. We have to play Little Rock Central. We have to play Mills twice, and we have to play Benton. So we're going to be tested really early. So, and that's what we talked about, just that resilience, because it ain't just November, December. Like, we're trying to see how good we can be when January, February rolls around. So.
Okay, considering that this is a new group, have your off-season approach changed coming into this?
No.
No?
It hasn't changed at all. Like, we had the same 8-week conditioning program, and I think I was shocked. I was pleased and I'm pretty sure they was pretty shocked with whether we was on the football field, whether we was on the track, and I thought they did a really good job off season wise. So
some of the players. Let's talk about the leadership roles on this team. How do you all embrace leadership at this moment?
Well, I see myself as a leader on the court by my actions and my hard work. I feel like I can influence and inspire others on the team just by that. I don't feel like I need to use my voice all that much. That's just me.
In the embrace, by just just leading by example, doing things that's right, watching what I do on and off the court, just leading by example for those who's under me.
I feel like I'm that person on the team that when stuff goes wrong, you can come to me. I'm always going to be positive and still a good spirit on and off the court. I'm going to try to keep our team together as one.
I think I'm a helpful hand to anybody that comes to me for any questions, for any position, for any play, or even on the backside for defense or anything like that. I think I can help them. I know for sure I can help them out with anything.
And we also have a sophomore guard too, Trey Rhodes, and he's getting an opportunity to try to lead, also take this charge, and he's been doing a great job, better job of leading by example, even through the bad times of staying resilient and keeping everybody together too. So, but we're trying to get a habit of you can't ask somebody to do something that you're not willing to do. So that's the point we're trying to get to with this group and this program. So.
Okay, just one last question, Coach. How important is it for your team to start off to start off the season with a good start? How important is it?
Well, and with our good start, like we're not gonna put wins into it. It's more we talk about progress versus outcome because young men they will skip the progress because they want to get to the outcome.
Right.
So right now we're focused on the progress. Like, are we going to get better by game to game, each game? Because at the end of the day, it's not the non-conference, it's the conference that's going to matter.
Right.
So we're making progress, whether we're winning or we're learning going to the conference, and then I think we'll be more prepared, more resilient when conference time comes. So it's more progress for us.
Okay, speaking of conference, is there a team in the conference that you all have circled on your calendar that you're looking forward to playing?
We've got every last one of them. Every last one of them. It's 9 of them in the conference.
Yeah.
So we're only taking 4.
Yeah.
So we got every last one of them circled.
Right
So that's the only way.
Yeah.
Like, it's going to be each and every night, every Tuesday and Friday night. And what I like about this conference is it's different styles of play.
Right.
You know what I mean? You got some teams that'll play fast. You got some teams that play in the half court. You
Right.
got some teams that will gap the crap out of you.
Yeah.
You just got to be able to figure it out. So.
Well, that's amazing. So look, we appreciate you guys for coming out. It was a pleasure interviewing you all, Coach. Thank you, and I'm looking
No, I
forward to
appreciate
seeing
you.
you.
Appreciate y'all. So,
No doubt. That concludes our interview. See you later.
all right. Gotta go practice.
Okay, up next we have Sylvan Hills High School boys basketball with head coach Josh here. How you doing, coach?
Doing well, doing well.
Hey, give us a little intro. Give us a little intro about your team, and could you explain who you brought today? Starting from your left to right.
Yep. So Josh Hill, this is my 24th year in coaching. First year with the Sylvan Hills Senior High boys. I've been the junior high and middle school coach for the last 10 years. So I actually coached all these guys when they were in junior high. Was at East Poinsett County for 8 years before that, and then started my career with 5 at Eureka Springs. Brought Darius Folks with me here. Darius is a junior. He's a 2-year starter. As he started his 9th grade year, he's a returning all-conference player, elite scorer, really good with the ball in his hand. Brought J.J. Wise. J.J. will be a 2nd-year starter, as he started as a 9th grader last year as well on the varsity. J.J. shoots it as good as any kid you're going to see. J.J. can really shoot the basketball. Have Devontae West. Devontae's a senior. He'll be starting for his 2nd year as well. Devontae is as good a defender as I've been around in 24 years of coaching. Really gets after it defensively, long, can guard multiple positions. And definitely one of our team leaders. Have P.J. Davis. P.J. is also a senior. P.J. is going into his 3rd year starting. He's our point guard, really good with the ball in his hands, hard to stay in front of. P.J. can get in the lane almost anytime he wants to. You can see we have a lot of experience. Definitely excited about that. We have all 5 starters back from last year. Some of them have started for multiple years already. We're not the biggest team, but I think we can really score the basketball and really like the group I have.
Okay, starting on my left with Darius. Hey, give us a little insight on you, man. Let everybody know about you and what's some of your thoughts coming into this season.
I'm excited. I've been playing with these guys for a very long time. Our chemistry is like through the roof. Last year was a lot of things that affected us outside of the court that came onto the court, and I feel like that this year, like we're all for each other. I feel like that's gonna be big during the season.
I agree with him. Last year, we were a lot younger and didn't really know each other like that, but after this summer and being with each other all throughout these practices and lifting with them and singing with them in the locker room and messing around, it's a lot of chemistry that was built, and that'll help us a lot during the season.
Yeah, I agree with them as well. We just come together as one. We all be there for each other, and we all just listen to each other's problems and stuff. So it's like we created a big bond as one. And yeah.
Like we're gonna have a good season this year. Stuck with each other the whole off season, and we just been working together.
Coach, you said it yourself. Pretty much all of the production is coming back from last year. But what style are we going to see you guys play? You said you're small, but y'all can really score. So what are we going to see?
Yeah, we're going to play fast. Sylvan Hills has always played fast, and I feel like we're going to continue that. Really focused hard, and we're trying to play a lot more man-to-man and play a little more physical and tougher, and we got to get a little better defensively. But I'm very confident in the offense, and the boys know that, so we spend most of our time at practice focusing on defense. I think you're going to see us play a lot more hard-nosed man than what we've played in the past, possibly. They're doing a great job. We still got a long ways to go, but really proud of the work they've put in so far.
Coach, I heard them talk about chemistry. How do you see the chemistry of the team?
Oh, I think it's great. I mean, like these guys have all, which is rare nowadays. Like I said, I coached all these guys from 8th grade, 9th grade, and they've been together the whole time. I think 3 different teams, but all 3 of them have been on championship teams when they were younger, and had a lot of success in varsity. We want to take that next step if we can, but these guys are tight, really tight-knit group. Our whole core, I think we only have 1 move in, so this is the core we've been with for years now.
In order for your success to grow this year, what's one of the keys that you think that would contribute to that?
We got to defend. If they'll defend, I like our chances against anybody because I feel like we're elite with the ball in our hand on offense. Like we play at a really high level offensively. We got a bunch of kids that can score the ball. We just got to buy in on the defensive end and make sure we're getting enough stops and then rebound the ball after we get a stop because we're really small, really small.
Okay, Coach. So I know that, you know, Sylvan Hills, just like Jacksonville, is one of those programs that the community love to show up for their program. So how important is it for the community to show up for this team right here?
Absolutely. I always kid with them. We have a big new arena, you know, and we've never had to pull the top sections out in the arena. I tell them we haven't done anything until we have to pull the top section of the bleachers out in the arena. But if they'll just play hard, that's what people want to see. They want to show up and see your kids get after it. And I keep preaching that to them. Don't worry about anything else. First game, make sure everybody sees how hard we're going to play every night. And people love to come watch that.
You know, Coach, the issue at Sylvan Hills has never been talent. Some of the most talented players in the history of the state of Arkansas started off at Sylvan Hills. Some of the most, you know, one of the biggest problems was making sure those kids stay at Sylvan Hills and build that Sylvan Hills culture. What are you going to do, you know, at Sylvan Hills to make sure those kids grow up and stay there?
Yeah. And I think to a certain extent nowadays, in some situations, I don't know that there's anything you're going to be able to do nowadays because it's just the cool thing to move. But I think, one, you got to win. You got to win a lot of games and make sure the kids are having fun, and we're going to try to do that as much as we can this year.
Culturally, how do you plan on changing the culture now that you're in that head coach position? Just some of the things that you plan on implementing to change that culture.
Yeah, and I think it's just a small step, really, because like last year, I think it was 5 games they lost in conference by less than 5 points. You know, you win a couple of those, now you're in the mix and you're in the state tournament. So we're just really trying to preach, you know, culturally that all the little stuff matters. You know, all the tiny details that sometimes we've overlooked, we've got to make sure and stay on point on those because your whole season can come down to, you know, 1 or 2 possessions at sometimes.
Yeah, even in the off season, you know, there's a lot of camps, a lot of other things that you can do. What's your outlook on things like that, as far as getting in those camps, getting in those extra runs?
Yeah, so absolutely. So I've been almost totally out of loop for 10 years. Yeah, I did varsity for 13, junior high for 10, so I'm just getting back into it. And I got in a little bit late. Most of the stuff was set, but we want to get these guys out and get them, you know, as visible as possible so people can see them and give them some opportunities to earn scholarships. So we're going to always make sure we're doing a good job of that going forward, that they're getting as many eyes on them as possible. You know, we hit the ground running. We worked all summer long. They've done an awesome job in the weight room. We've gotten exponentially stronger throughout this early fall and towards the back end of the summer. I'm proud of them in the weight room for sure.
So what's some of your long-term goals, considering that you're in this position and you're looking to elevate the program to the next level?
Yeah, the long-term goals for me right now is make sure we're getting the best out of our kids, you know, teach them to grow up as young men. That's important to me. And move on to the next phase of their life, whether that's going to play basketball or, you know, going to college, being a dad, husband, all that stuff's important to me. As far as on the court, I've probably spoiled a little bit and had a lot of success early on, so I would like to get back to that. I think we got a ways to go. You know, we're just going to take it one at a time. Right now, I'm worried about El Dorado. First game of the season is the only one I'm worried about.
Okay. So, you know, I tend to ask this too about your scheduling, your non-conference scheduling, and going into your conference. So just give us a little insight on that non-conference.
Yeah, ours is pretty rough. I've heard that a lot today, but ours is definitely up there with anybody. We play Mills non-conference. We play Benton non-conference, Lake Hamilton, Forest City. We've got a strong slate. But like some of the other coaches said earlier, you know, you're really just trying to get better because our league is brutal tough. So, you know, you're really more important is taking steps forward more so than wins and losses.
Is there anybody else on your team that you didn't bring that you could have possibly brought today that might impact the game exponentially?
Yeah, absolutely. We're probably, you know, around 9 deep or so right now, and like I said, I feel like this is a deep, experienced team. We have Deontay Curry will play center for us a lot. He's a little undersized, but he's super athletic, runs the floor hard. I think he's going to have a really good senior year.
Right on. Y'all have anything? Okay, yeah, Coach. Man, we're looking forward to seeing more of you guys throughout the season. Just happy to see that you guys showed up and being able to express yourselves and give us a little insight on your program. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes our interview.
yeah, I got it.
Okay, we're back. Before I get started, I forgot to ask Sylvan Hills what team that they was looking forward to, and they all just reminded me that they want all the smoke. The whole 5A Central, they looking for all the smoke. So, outside the conference for what they said. So, they want all the smoke, everybody. So, to get back to the regular schedule program.
Stay Little Rock. I'll stay Batesville. We'll be good.
Okay, right now we have Southside in the house, Southside High School, with head coach Ty Ferguson. How you doing, Coach?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having us.
Hey, it's a pleasure, man. Give us a little insight on your program and give us an intro of each player that you brought today.
Yeah. Before I start, it's just an honor to be here. This logo behind me means something special to me. As Nigel knows, Kevin Miller was a really close friend of mine. I've known him for a while. Really big to our AAU program that I coach, and just miss dearly. Super good guy, and Arkansas basketball and the state of Arkansas in general took a big hit with his loss. So, Kevin, we love you. We miss you, man. We're still doing it for you. So, what was the question?
I was just saying, introduce yourself along with the players you brought today.
Ty Ferguson, like he said, we're from Southside. Right here, I got Lewis Calhoun, senior point guard. I got Cameron Forey, senior shooting guard. Missing a couple other guys, but, football and whatnot.
And also, just to start off, give us a little insight on your program and what's some of your goals and expectations coming out?
Yeah, so last year we had a pretty good year. It was my first year at Southside, just getting to know the guys and kind of setting a new culture and a new way of doing things, getting the guys to buy in. We started off a little slow because we're a smaller school and football's big, and they had a really good season last year, so we got started a little bit late. But once we got things rolling, we really started hitting our stride. We had a 17-13 record last year. We hope to improve on that coming into this year. This year's not starting out so hot. We did take a big loss. 6'10" center, junior Caden Williams tore his ACL this summer, playing in Phoenix. And he's got offers or interest from UCA, Liberty, Harding. So you can imagine what kind of hit that takes on a 4A program. But I got some really good players, really good guys that are going to work hard, and they're going to bring that character and that work ethic every day into the gym. And so as long as you have that, you feel like you have something that you can build on, and that's a great starting floor to see what the season has.
Right on. So just a question to the players. What's your outlook on this season? Give us a little insight.
The outlook for this season, I think that it's going to be tough, like Coach said, missing like one of our key players, but I think that me and Cam are the only two seniors, and I think that we can lead this team into good things this year. And every day of practice is going to have to be a hard practice, and we're going to have to get better as a team with what we have.
Yeah, I'd definitely have to say we're going to have to work hard this year. Just put a lot of time in on our own, and just put hard work in for the season.
Right on. So, Coach, what's one of those things that you hanging your hat on, your message-wise, that you hang your hat on coming into this season?
Last year we were big on one of our big sayings where we control our narrative, kind of keep things in-house. Like if we got problems with each other, let's hash it out in the locker room. Let's trust each other, build each other up. And we're really going to have to do that. We're going to have to double down on that coming this year. We already touched on a big missing piece this year, so a lot of guys are going to have to step up, specifically these two next to me. They both played more of a role last year, and they're going to have to be two of our primary guys coming this season. I liked what Cameron said about they got to put in more work on their own. We're going to have to really work on ball handling, shooting, quickness, and with us being a football school, getting a lot of our kids from football, that conditioning is not the same. Football conditioning, you got to be in shape for 10 seconds max. Basketball conditioning, these dudes are going to have to play 32 minutes. So we got a lot of work we got to do, and rooting for football, hoping to not get them back anytime soon. But once December comes and we start hitting the hardwood, it's gonna really be pedal to the metal. So.
So as of right now, the strength and weaknesses of your team, where do you see that?
Strength. Just really hard-nosed guys that are easy to coach. I think it's going to be easy to get the locker room to commit to working hard, playing for each other, playing for me, with one goal in mind, and that's to make a regional and be in a one-game, basically playoff to make the state tournament. Weakness, you lose a 6'10" guy at a 4A program, that obviously hurts your overall height. And so I would definitely say our weakness is probably going to be rebounding, because we're about 6 foot tall across the board.
So your non-conference schedule, give us a little insight on that. How did it start?
We're going to go to Highland when we start, then we're going to go to Berryville for 3 days and play in one of their classics. I think we played Berryville, Huntsville, and Gentry. I know at some point in the season, Searcy comes to us. I think they're our biggest classification opponent. We'll play in the Lion tournament, where you can see 5A, 4A, 5A competition across the board. And then we're going to play in the NEA tournament, where Lord knows who you match up with up there.
So I've been watching you over the years, and I know your teams are pretty scrappy, and they really be hard-nosed to it. How do you plan on implementing that part to this team, bringing that to this team this year?
That's more of an everyday thing. If I bring that energy and that toughness and kind of set that standard of this is what we have to meet, and not allow them to lower the bar, only raise it, it kind of pushes the message across the board and across your junior highs and 7th grades of like, well, dang, if I'm going to play for Coach Ferguson, this is what I have to bring every single day. Both of these guys are very familiar with what we call red days, red days. I like to color code our practice plans. Like, a shoot around is like a green day, a semi-hard day where we're going to install stuff is a yellow, and then a red is like, you better come ready to go. And so I see, they're not going to like to hear this, but I see a lot of red and red days coming up. But they'll be ready for that challenge. It was one of their favorite practices last year when we went red. They actually took the practice plan and hung it up in the locker room. So they're not scared of the work, and we're not gonna go into any game just because we feel like we might be at an adversity, just gonna lay down and give them wins. We're gonna come and fight, and we're gonna scrap, and we're gonna see what we can make out of this season, even with the odds a little bit against us.
I think we had both of you guys for football media days back in July. You're big pieces of what y'all are doing, undefeated right now. So Coach talked about, different, how the conditioning is different and everything. What are maybe, not just from a conditioning standpoint, but some of the things that you've learned from football, all the games that y'all have won, that you translate over into basketball?
That honestly, not every game is going to be easy, and it's always going to come down to a dogfight. Like fourth quarter in a football game, we'll need that, first quarter in a basketball game. Like it's way different playing inside from outside. You got, wind blowing outside. Inside, it's just way different. Like he said, we're going to need to be conditioned for basketball, not football.
That's all I got.
Coach, I'm going to hit on what Nigel was saying earlier. And Nigel and I, we've watched you coach now for long time.
Yes, sir.
Don't
say that.
Even though you're not very old, but you were coaching when you were young.
Yes, sir.
And your teams, just like Nigel said, were always scrappy, always 100%. Big loss. I just now heard. I didn't even know about that until you said that.
Right.
So obviously, you're going to have to change a lot of things.
Yes, sir.
So how are those changes going to be, and are you going to rely on? You've always been a blue-collar coach. Batesville's a blue-collar town. So what are you going to hang your hat on now, since you are missing that size?
Right. No, that's a good question. That's a little bit of that still, to be determined. With a 6'10" like Caden, you obviously want to keep a guy by the rim, and we could pressure a little more on the perimeter, knowing that, I can gamble a little bit more, because if I get beat, I've got this 6'10" dude that's taught to wall up and make it as difficult as possible. If you do beat me. That obviously has to change when your rim protector becomes 6 foot. So that's still a work in progress. Got to see who, if we can recruit a few more football kids to come out and give it a shot. But really just our character of playing hard. These guys want to play fast, and they are bought into what we're selling of. We're trying to win basketball games, and we're going to do it the right way, and we're going to be tough, and we're going to represent Southside the way we want it. Everybody wants it to be represented. But like I've, gone to in the past, it's going to really rely on both of these two to really come in and set the standard, where they weren't necessarily asked to do that last year. We had 2 other seniors that were asked to lead it day to day, and just a constant reminder to both of them that, our first Tuesday practice is their last first Tuesday practice. You know what I mean? And like when we go play Searcy, that's the last time you're going to play Searcy, and that's the last time you're going to go to Forest City, and really just let it start resonating with them. Like, this is all I have wearing a Southside basketball jersey. What am I going to make of it? And so that's really going to be the message moving forward, and we're going to hit the ground running come December because I don't expect to get the football guys anytime soon.
Speaking of that, you know, facing adversity early or getting off to a good start, just how important is it to get off to a good start?
I've been at, I came to Southside from Newport, so my two really big schools were football schools or smaller football schools where you share a lot of your athletes and you have smaller basketball off seasons. So my method of scheduling and my message to these guys is it's not about winning in December. We're trying to get better in December. We're trying to play the Smoke in December so that we're ready to play conference opponent Forest City at Forest City and beat Marcus Britt, and make a run into regionals. I don't care if we win a game in December if it gets us ready for January and February, and that's been my message for this will be the 4th or 5th year now. So we're not the message won't be when we go to Highland on December 3rd, we need to go win this game and set a tone. It needs to be I need to see y'all growing in conditioning, growing together, really buying into what our vision is and how I'm coaching you, and I fully expect that to be the case.
Yeah, so to the players, just what are your mindset going into those big rivalry games? What are your mindset?
What's our mindset?
To win.
To win.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
I'd say definitely like stay focused. Like don't get in our heads. We're gonna have to play hard. We're gonna have to play harder, because we're a smaller team. Harder to get rebounds, to score on the inside. We're just gonna have to really like focus on ourselves in the game and not get in our heads.
We're gonna have to block out and smoke them threes. That's all I got to say. Yeah.
I like his answer.
Yeah.
Big rivalries can be really emotional, and so kind of keeping those in check and getting them to see the bigger picture of you may fight with. We actually just had this argument in the hallway. You may fight with somebody in the moment and get a technical foul, and you may even win that fight and win that battle. But we're trying to win the war, which is being where we want to be at the end of the season, which is in a regional with a chance to go to a state tournament.
Right on, and let's talk about that rivalry. What game on your schedule is that rivalry game?
Well, it's not on our schedule. It's not on our schedule, but there is a chance for it. Batesville is also in the line tournament. So I'm pretty sure going into that meeting, we're both going to ask to be on separate sides, but you never know how the bracket will play out.
Right on.
As far as conference goes, the team to beat for sure is going to be Forest City. Coach Britt does a good job. They're really fast. They're really athletic, and they play really, really well together. His son's a senior, so it's going to mean a little bit more to him. And playing at Forest City is always a tough spot. They put you in that locker room right next to their stadium base, and it gets to thumping in there, and it can rattle you pretty easy. So.
Oh yeah, I had a chance to watch them at the Big Miller team camp over in North Little Rock over the summer.
They'll be at the showcase too.
Oh yeah, they'll be at the showcase as well. They're a tough team, most definitely.
Yes, sir.
So, but that concludes our interview. We appreciate you guys coming out, giving us the insight. So, thank you for that.
Yep, appreciate y'all.
All right, thank you. Okay, up next we have Batesville Southside High School girls basketball team with head coach Harville.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, Coach?
Good. Happy to be here.
Hey, man, appreciate you all coming out. Give us a little insight about yourself and each one of your players, please.
Yeah. So I'd like to echo some of the things Coach Ferguson said. The community that we have in the state of Arkansas in basketball is fantastic. I'm getting to stand in this room, and I taught and coached a lot of the people over here on the side, coworkers. Man, the basketball community is really special in Arkansas, and what you guys are doing to help nurture that is great. So I want to say thank you to you guys for putting this on and giving an opportunity for our kids to be spotlighted. But I'm Michael Harville. We're Southside in Independence County. I've got Alyssa Hagewood and Sierra Carter with me, senior and a junior, and really happy to have them with me. They've been with me all off season. So they've put in a lot of work since the end of last season.
Okay, so just to start off, give us a little insight about your season that's coming up and what's some of your goals and expectations.
Yeah, so, I coming to a new school 3 years ago, I've taken some time to kind of look into it, like what's our program done in the past, and my first 2 years we got back-to-back conference champions, and then I started thinking, well, how many times has our program won a conference championship? So we've only had 4 that I could find in the history of our school. We got 2 my first 2 years. We had a season last year where we had lost a lot of players and brought some new players in. So trying to set the correct ceiling, for our program has been one thing, and then trying to build a program that's going to be consistent and have you guys talking about Southside girls basketball every year.
Yeah.
It's kind of been my goal, and I've got the right type of mentalities in our program right now to make that a consistent name.
So starting off with the players, from left to right or right to left, it don't matter. So what's some of you guys' expectations coming into this season?
Well, coming off a rough season last year, I expect us to be a lot better with our junior high players that came up from last year. They won district tournament, and so we're probably going to get some help from them. And then we have some freshmen that came up, and they're pretty good, so I'm looking forward to it.
We are struggling with height right now, but I feel like a whole we're pretty good, like together. So.
Okay.
Sierra, I think you said it, you're struggling with height, and traditionally you've had some height there at Southside.
Yeah.
So are we going to see, obviously, a pretty young team and a smaller team from what you've had over the past 2 or 3 years? Are we going to see a different style of play this year, or how's that going to play out?
Yeah, we were able to go high-low and stuff. My first couple years, we had some 5'10s and some 6'2", and the Cami Jenkins, who was our very good post player, she was their conference's freshman of the year. We had a lot of size, a lot of strength, but it's going to be much different. I mean, Sierra brought it up. We're going to be playing 3 freshmen that I've moved up to high school this year. And then we were able to get several sophomores off that junior high team as well. We graduated 6 seniors, so Sierra and Alyssa's outside of one of the other girls that's not here today, got the bulk of the minutes. So they got their feet wet last year. And Sierra had some big games, had some 30-point games. And Alyssa shot it really well for us at times. So there's some pieces that we're excited about highlighting, but we're going to be very young. As far as size goes, we're not real tall. We've got a 9th grade girl that's been touching the rim since she was in 8th grade. So I don't know how many other people who can say that. We're thinking maybe by junior year, maybe we can throw some lobs to her or something. So we're excited about some athleticism coming.
So speaking of that, Coach, I know you had, like you said, you won those 2 championships, conference championships. What are the pressures that you're feeling coming into this season? Basically want to mimic those past years.
Yeah, I mean, having back-to-back undefeated conference championships, it just, you're not going to do that very often. We got very lucky in some of those games. We had 2 buzzer beaters that happened that second year that Drew Stevens threw in for us, and there were some big moments on those years, and some of them are storybook and some of them aren't. And I'm willing to take some bumps along the way to get us to where we need to be. But I want them to have a great couple years as we are also trying to develop some talent behind us, and there's a lot of talent. I mean, we can set the pressures and ceilings as high as we want, and we can reach a lot of really high goals coming up. But the pressure is just on us to keep showing up and getting better, and see if everybody else can match what we have, because it may not come quick. It may be first game and we're clicking. We look very good this summer, and starting 2 freshmen at times, and beat some really good teams this summer. So I'm kind of excited to see playing with house money, I guess you could say. We've got a lot of young ones, and what talent and success we have early is bonus, because our schedule is tough, and really I don't really want to see us playing our best till February.
So this is to the players. I asked Coach about the pressure of him, trying to mimic those past years. What are the pressures on you all, coming into this season, trying to live up to that certain standard?
Okay, so the pressures, well, it's more on me this year than it was last year, because last year I didn't really have to be a role player. I was a role player. I didn't have to be a leader, and this year I'll have to be more of a leader. And so, yeah, because there's a lot of younger girls on our team, and I'll have to put them under my wing.
Okay.
I'd say the pressure for me is I'm the only junior, so I have to take after what Sierra's doing this year and carry that on to next year.
So with that being said, the chemistry part, how do you feel that the team chemistry, the cohesion of it all, how do you feel, or where do you think that is at right now?
I honestly think it's really good. I love our team this year. Everybody gets along really good, and we play on the floor well together.
Okay.
I think when we get all of our players back from volleyball, that will be as a whole team.
Okay. Okay, well, I always ask about the non-conference, Coach, and you kind of hinted on some of those teams and whatnot. What's your schedule looking like this year?
Yeah, we've got play a lot of the very good Northeast Arkansas teams really early in the season. We'll get to see a new Brad Brandon team out at Jonesboro Westside real early in the season. I think our second game. I scheduled Valley View, and then we played them this summer, and they've got a 6'2" point guard that's I've heard has 6 Division I offers. So when I scheduled them, I didn't realize kind of some of the how tough the competition was going to be. But we have some really, really tough games. I was looking at our first 9, and we better show up now. There's no let's get our feet wet. We got to show up game 1, and or we could be looking up at 0-9, 2-7. Or we can look back and think, man, we beat some really good teams. Let's see how far we can take this. So,
just riding on that non-conference schedule. Your conference on that back half. I know it's pretty. You're basically going to be in the gauntlet, like you said. So, to the girls, do y'all feel any pressure on having to make sure you all get out to a good start, making sure that everybody's locked in, ready to handle that gauntlet?
Yeah, I feel like there is pressure on us to do that. Which we have a new conference, so we don't really know exactly what we're getting into. And so, yeah, there's a lot of pressure on us.
Last year we started off 5-0, so I feel like this year we could continue that and start off good.
And keep playing good.
And keep playing good.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm gonna ask that $1 million question. So, when you talk about motivation coming into the season, even doing practice, what's that one team that you're looking forward to playing? Considering you're all Batesville Southside.
So, I don't even know if we're in a tournament with Batesville this year. We have not had the privilege of getting that matchup our boys have gotten it every year somehow. You know, they sneak it in. So, and it's usually the line tournament for them. But we haven't gotten to get that experience yet. You know, I think the last time it happened was back when Izzy Higginbotham and Southside, you know, had some very, very good players at that time. And they came to our place, and I think we owned the last win against them. And that was a big one. I go back, I wasn't the coach then, but I can go back and the gym was packed from end to end, and would love to see that come back at some point. But as far as on our schedule, you know, the conference opponent that's coming back that we battled with a lot, you know, had a 4-point game with Forest City last year when they were ranked number 4 in the state in 4A. And, you know, that's who we played in the semifinals in the junior high district tournament, and ended up having a dogfight in the junior high game. They're going to be very young, very similar to us, and they are very good as well. So they'll be, if Forest City stays with us the next 4 years, it's going to be a good matchup for us for 4 straight years with the 9th graders that they're going to move up with the ones that we're moving up as well. So, and Forest City's bringing back several good players like us as well. So I would say that's the conference opponent that we're circling. If we can get that one early in the year, we're gonna be in good shape in the 4A3.
So to the girls amongst the team, what's that message that you all have amongst yourselves? You know, beside what Coach is saying, what's that message amongst yourselves that you all are telling one another? Hey, look, this is what we're about. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna hang our hat on for the season. What's that message?
We're always talking about how we need good chemistry because we are such a young team, and a lot of us haven't played together like quite a lot. So we always need good chemistry.
Since we're struggling with height, I feel like if we shoot the ball well and we do our job on blocking out, we'll be pretty good.
Okay, well, that concludes our interview. We appreciate you all coming out and giving us a little insight on what you're thinking about for this season. So thank you.
Yep, thanks for having us.
Thank
All
you.
right. Okay, up next we have Mayflower High School boys basketball with head coach Brent Stallings. How you doing, Coach?
I'm doing fine.
Hey, give us a little insight about your program, even about yourself, and introduce your players from left to right. Give us a little insight, please.
Well, introduce my players to start with. I've got Trey Cockerham here on my right, and on my left is Mason Rhodes. They're both seniors. Have lots of playing experience, so expecting big things out of them. A little bit about myself that maybe you don't know. This is my 42nd year of coaching, and all of it has been at Mayflower. So people are always amazed at that, but I don't see anything big about it. I love my job, and I try to do a good job at it. As far as the season goes for this year, expecting big things. We had a good summer. We won. We had a little team tournament type of thing that we won. Had a good summer. We played well. We played together well. We've got a lot of players that can play, a lot of depth. All good in their own way, all good in their own fashion. All can bring something different. So if I need something, I can find it. Guard play is good. Forward play, good. And post play is good to a certain point. Now, we're not real big. We've got maybe 6'4", maybe our biggest man this year, but pretty athletic. So I think we're going to have a pretty good year. We'll be competitive. People are always asking me, how are you going to be this year? How are you going to be? And I say, we're going to be competitive. Now, what's that mean? It means I think we'll be in every ball game. I think if we play well, play as a team, and don't get too concerned about my playing time, just concerned about Mayflower scoring and Mayflower winning, we're going to have a good season.
Coach, I heard you say that you had a great summer. Speaking about that summer, what's some of the things that you saw that you can improve on? What's some of the things that you feel like that you was excelling in?
Well, I always think we need to shoot the ball better, but we did shoot the ball pretty consistently this summer, which encouraged me. But that was one thing I was worried about coming from last year and some of the teams I've had in the past is I was worried that we weren't going to shoot the ball as well. But this year, here again, I've got enough depth that if somebody's not shooting well, I can almost find somebody that can. And if we're all not shooting well, it's just a bad night. But and I know everybody wants to play, but one of the big challenges this year is going to be, if I'm not having a good night, am I going to accept that my teammate is? And thank goodness I have a teammate that can take my spot.
Right on. So to the players, what's some of your give us a little outlook of the season from your standpoint?
I just think it's important to keep going off what we did this summer. Like Coach said, we had a great summer. Won our summer league championship that we were playing in. We're going to be pretty young this year, but we all know how to play. We all play together good. As long as we don't worry about me ball, worry about team ball, I think we'll be pretty good.
I'd say personally, if if we're not having a good night or anything, but just take it one game at a time and don't worry about who's big in the conference or who's the next big game coming up. Focus on the game that's at hand and focus at practice preparing for that game.
And Coach, I've asked the ones that have been doing this for a while today, just how you have evolved as a coach through the years. Of course, obviously the game has changed. One of the common answers that we hear is you might not be able to be quite as tough on kids as you once were, but just across the board, what would you say that you've evolved probably some of the one or two ways the most over the years?
Well, I've been around long enough that I can remember when there wasn't a three-point shot. So, it's changed a lot.
Not that long ago, Coach.
Yeah, it's changed, but kids will still take hard coaching. They will, and if they can't, then I always tell something. It says something about you. And so I think I get after kids pretty strong. I challenge them. I want them to play hard. I want them to play smart. And I don't know that I've changed that much. I may not yell as much as I used to, but that was young, and I had a good voice back then. So I figured out I ruined my voice, so I quit yelling so much. And the blood pressures, as you get my age, you got to worry about the blood pressure. So I've probably calmed down some.
Okay, for the players, how have your off-season preparation changed, considering that last year, what y'all went through last year compared to going into this year, how have your off-season preparation changed to make you better?
I think this offseason is a lot more personal because last offseason we had way more ball players. This year we have about 4 or 5 in the offseason with us, so it's a lot more personal stuff. It's not as much team drills, teamwork right now. It's sharpening your game and trying to do the best that you can while you have your time in offseason because we're waiting for football to come back so we can start team practice and get better as a team. So,
yeah, that's one thing is that there's not many kids in basketball. I'm not even in basketball right now. I'm still in football. So I just been having to get up at shots and dribble around, play a little pickup whenever I can so I don't lose the skill.
Coach, you said you weren't real big, and you've had some size in the past and even some kids with some size that could put the ball on the floor and shoot a little bit. Mm-hmm. So Are we going to see the same style, or are you going to adapt a little bit this year because you say you don't have as much size as what you've had in the past?
Well, the years that we had the size, with Braxton McEwen and some of those kids that, we went to 2 Final Fours and a state final with that bunch, so that was a real good run. But the size, it helped us more on defense really than I think it did offensively. So defensively, like Southside was saying, it helps to have that big guy in there that can guard the goal and block some shots and intimidate people. Offensively, I run lots of offenses, lots of sets, and even, if I have to, we just roll the ball out. Sometimes I've had teams where rolling the ball out was better. And it's just something that you have to figure out as the season goes along, what's going to be effective. I really don't think size is going to be a problem for us this year unless we see that big, 6'8", 6'9", 6'10" kid, and that's going to give everybody a problem. So offensively and defensively, the postmen that we have don't shoot the ball particularly as well as we had back then, but they get after it defensively and rebound well, and that's the type of player we're going to see this year with our height.
Coach, I find that it's amazing that you've been coaching long as you have and still have that passion that you have for it. So my question to you is, how do you prioritize player development, amongst the years?
Well, basketball is putting ball in the hole. If you can shoot it and you can score, you're going to win a lot of ball games. Of course, you've got to be able to dribble and you've got to be able to pass. But Lord, the way kids can dribble these days, back when I was playing, we didn't put on a dribble show like these kids do these days, and they really work on that to the detriment of their shooting sometimes, I think. These days, kids want to play, but they don't want to work on their skills. So we work hard on shooting. We've worked really, really hard the past 2 or 3 years on shooting off of the pass and off of the dribble. Because I've always, for years we just did a lot of spot shooting. And then I got to thinking, well, who's the hardest kid to guard? And it's that kid that can do it all. So I said, if that's the hardest kid to guard, then I'm gonna work more on developing that kid. Now, not everybody can do it. Not everybody can pull up and shoot off the 10, 15-footer. But if you're going to let kids do it, you better practice it.
That's right.
So we practice it. We practice shooting off the dribble. We practice shooting off the pass, and we do it a lot. They get tired of it sometimes. And I say, you can't get tired of it. You got to keep on working. You want to get better, you got to just eat it up and keep going. So we've really stressed that on our shooting. We still do a lot of spot shooting, but we do a lot of shooting on the move, and that's the hardest kid to guard. And I'm trying to make a bunch of them.
So I try to ask every team about that non-conference scheduling. How do your non-conference schedule, how is it looking right now?
Well, we've got a 9-team conference, so we don't have much. And our football team is undefeated right now, and I'm expecting them to go deep into the playoffs. So we don't play till the first week in December, and it's in the St. Joe Invitational, and I don't even know who's in that yet. And then we've got Episcopal that week, and then the very next week we're in conference play. I think we've got one other maybe non-conference game, and that's with Dardanelle, and the rest of it's conference. So then we play in the Episcopal tournament over the Christmas holiday. So I don't know who we'll see there. So our non-conference schedule is not very much, and our conference schedule is going to be difficult because I think everybody's going to be pretty good. We have a new conference also. We're picking up some schools that we've played in the past: Benton Harmony Grove, Glen Rose, and Jessieville, and we've still got some, and Two Rivers, and we've got some of the teams that we had in our past conference with Atkins and Perryville and such. So, there again, I haven't heard where any of those teams are going to be just knockdown dragouts, but who knows? But I think we'll be competitive with them. And hopefully our little non-conference schedule, which is the St. Joe Invitational and Episcopal, will get us ready for the conference season the week right after. I mean, we're right into it.
Right on. So this is for the players. Just speaking on leadership-wise, I know Coach is probably leaning on you guys heavily for leadership to be that extension of him. So give us a little insight on your leadership roles and how you plan. How do you think it'll play a big part into this season for you guys?
I think we got a real young team, so it's those young guys. It's harder to get them to listen, harder to get them to work hard. But I think we got to emphasize this year on hard work every day, in and out of the practice, even after practice, getting shots up, getting workouts in, not skipping reps, not skipping shots, not messing around in practice. We got to really work hard, and if we want to win, it's not going to come easy. It's going to come with the work. So.
Yeah, I definitely agree with him. I have a lot of the young guys with football with me right now, and they can be a handful. So I'm thinking in practice, if we can just get their mind straight and focus on what we're doing right now and improve on what we're doing right now, I think we'll be good if we can just keep them focused.
So even when times are getting hard, give us a little insight on just how do you handle that situation? I mean,
it's some of them you got to talk to them like they might not like what you got to say, but you got to say it to them sometimes. You can't be the nice guy if you want to win. You got to get on your teammates. They might not like the way you do it, but you got to do it sometimes. So
like that.
Yeah, I agree with him. But with some kids like me, like I'm not good whenever you yell at me. So I like a stern talking to, but not yelling at me. But some kids you really just gotta like grab them by the shoulders and like have them go eye to eye and like yell at them basically for them to actually comprehend what you're saying. So it all depends on the person. So you really have to like be a good teammate and like understand who they are as a teammate to help them learn the best way they can.
That's awesome, man. Hey, it seems like the younger group is in good hands, in my opinion. Well, I know amongst you guys, is there a team that you're looking to play this year, or that's motivating you guys to give it your all in practice, or not give it your all, but just get hyped about it in practice? Is there a team?
Man, we lost Lamar out of our conference, but that's who I'm looking for this year. They're going to be the team to beat, I think, pretty good. They got 4 out of their 5 return starters, and they got another 6 freshmen coming up, so they're going to be a good team to beat. I'm really looking forward, hoping to get matched up against them. It's going to be a good game.
Oh. Okay.
With Lamar, they are, if I was picking a team, and their coach may call me up and cuss me for it, but if I was going to pick a team to win a state championship, it would be them. But luckily, they're not in our conference anymore.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that's where I want to see them. You want to see them in the state tournament.
Right.
That's where you want to see them. And you want to see them in the finals, not beforehand.
Yeah.
Because they are very, very talented.
Yep.
As far as on conference season, we used to have just knockdown dragouts with Arkansas Baptist. I mean, so anytime I can beat Baptist, and their coaches can hear me say that, but it's always a challenge to me. And I'm sure that the coaches there can remember the games we used to have with them. They were huge. And anytime I can beat Baptist. Now, I don't know if they're going to be the team to beat in the conference, but I like to beat Baptist.
Okay. Well, any more questions? You good? Okay, well, that concludes our interview. We appreciate you guys coming out, giving us a little insight. Thank you.
Thank y'all for having us. Thanks for having us.
Okay, we here with Mayflower High School basketball girls team. How you doing?
We're good. We're good.
Okay, we got head coach Cody Storms leading the pack. Coach, give us a little insight on you and the players that you brought with you.
Well, first of all, I know y'all probably hear this a lot, but we really appreciate y'all doing this. This is a big deal for these young ladies, the boys that get to do this. This is, probably can't say thank you enough for that. Entering my 6th year, I believe. Been very successful so far. These young ladies here brought with me today. It's about all we have right now. But I've got senior Anaya Delph right here, junior Jacayla Walker, and junior Kaylee Jo Francis. Really excited that it's their opportunity now. You know, we graduated 6 last year. Our top 6 is gone. And these have kind of been waiting in the wings, and they're, if I can get them to believe that they're actually pretty good, I think we'll be very good this year. Just it's their turn now, and I think they'll rise to the challenge.
Okay, so some of your expectations and goals coming into this season. Give us a little insight.
Oh man, well, it's a whole new team, which I'm really looking forward to. I'm probably more excited for this year than I have been the last couple, just because it's new. Who's going to be that kid that steps up? Who's going to be the kid that's willing to do all those things for you in order to win? I have no idea what our starting five is going to look like when we roll out the first game. That excites me. I know it probably don't a lot of coaches, but we're all real similar and can do the things that it takes to win. Now, I know I've heard all these coaches talk about being small. I promise you, we are the smallest team in the state, probably. And you see these, we are not very big at all. But that just creates another set of challenges that I know that we'll be able to figure it out.
So, Coach, you did lose. You said it, but you lost the majority of your production. And then you said you're super small. Are you going to have to adapt on a style of play going into this year? Or is it going to be, what we have seen?
Offensively, it'll probably still be a lot of what you have seen. And people used to call me crazy, but a couple of years ago, our goal was to shoot 33s a night. That was our goal. If we didn't shoot 30 a night, then we didn't meet what we were supposed to do. This year may be 40. Okay, I mean, we're going to run, we're going to shoot it, and play in transition, because I'm not the smartest guy in the world, but when you're really small, you have to make up for it in some way. And the one way that we are fast. Okay, we're speed. Where you may see a little bit of a difference is we may mix it up more defensively. I'm a firm believer in man-to-man. We're still going to run it, but then you're going to see a few wrinkles in there too, where we mix it up and try and throw wrinkles, steal a few possessions, maybe get a few layups, transition threes, something like that, in order to get us rolling. But offensively, yeah, it'll be a lot of the same.
And not to keep harping on the 24 class, but if my memory serves me right, I think 4 of those played very substantial minutes since their sophomore year, maybe even more than that. But to the players, what are some things that y'all took from that big class that you're using now, not only in your development, but your leadership?
For me, being the senior now, I got to play with those girls since my freshman year, so I learned a lot, especially from Riley and Haley. They stood up their sophomore year and led the team well. I feel like they definitely taught me a lot just about how to coach, not even just how to coach, but just like how to be coachable, how to listen to my coach and trust him when we're in a time of need during the game or something like that. I think all the girls left a legacy for us to keep going on and pushing on. I think a lot of people doubt us now that we've lost so many, but I feel like if our coach believes in us, we should believe in ourselves.
For me, last year was my first year playing with all of them, but I've been around them like my whole life. My sister was on that team, so I feel like I definitely learned a lot from them, and I'm hoping that carries on to this year.
Well, I just transferred, so I never really got the chance to play with last year's team, but I'm excited and I look forward to this year.
So I heard Coach saying that you're going to capitalize on some of those strengths that you possess at this moment and your weaknesses. So Give us a little insight on just how you planned on offsetting it, those weaknesses, compared to your strengths.
Well, obviously, weakness is size, and what goes along with that's rebounding. And so I'm going to have to do a really good job of harping that, practicing that, and then the strength of getting up and down the floor. And, it may not be noticed until midway through the third, fourth quarter when you really start to wear some of those teams down. That's when it becomes noticeable. But as far as the weaknesses go, I've been worried about this since last year, is our rebounding. So, emphasize the blocking out, emphasize all the little things. And I tell them, like, we have to do all the little things to get more possessions in the other team. If that's a 50-50 ball, and I think these kids will buy into that. This group will. There will be 5 kids diving on the floor trying to get us an extra possession. And then going to that offensive side, we may go down there and jack it up, but I promise you, we practice shooting threes more in practice than probably anybody else. We shoot a bunch of them. So, and that's just getting them to believe in themselves too, as far as that.
So for each player, what's some of your biggest improvements that you see within yourself coming into this season?
I would say my shooting has improved a lot just because we shoot so much. You can't get away from it. You're going to shoot every single day you go to practice. I feel like my shooting and my ability to just communicate with my team has improved a lot over the season.
For me, it's definitely my confidence and my ball handling. I used to just freak out when I got the ball and I did not know what to do, but I put a lot of work towards that and I'm still working on it. So,
Mine would be ball handling as well because I mainly shoot the ball. When I catch it, I shoot it. So, yeah, but this year I think we're definitely going to need 5 starters that can just dribble the ball and be able to score from anything. So,
Coach, what's that one thing you hang your hat on in practice, or even throughout the whole midst of, getting your team prepared for this season? What's that one thing?
This is probably cliche, but gritty. Just somebody that when other teams are preparing for you, you're like, oh my gosh, they're going to come at you for 32 minutes, and if you let up once, they're going to take advantage of it. And that's what we're going to have to do to be successful. We're going to have to be gritty. We're going to have to do all those little things that don't go in a stat book in order to win, give us extra possessions, and really give ourselves a chance to win.
So amongst the ladies, how is your team chemistry at this point? How do you feel like it's gelling right now?
I think we have really good chemistry. We get along really well. Most of us have played together before. We haven't played with Anaya too much or Jakayla, but most of us, we can read each other really well, and I think that's a really good thing.
Yeah.
So a lot of the new girls that moved up, they were on the same junior high team. I wasn't on that team, but I am able to read them really well. And with Jakayla, I always know that she's going to be there looking for me on the three-point line, and I know she's going to knock it down. I think that a lot of the communication and just like us clicking, it all comes from just us being so goofy around each other, but also knowing when to take the game seriously, and like having that in between, that good balance is what brings the chemistry on our team.
yeah, so far I think our chemistry is really strong. Like Coach said, we only have 3 of us right now, but over the summer we got to, be with each other a little bit. And coming on the team, I was a little nervous because I didn't know anyone, but we all get along really nice. And like Anaya said, we know when to be serious, but we also know we can laugh around each other.
Coach, I know you brought 3 of your players with you. Is there another player that impacts the team that couldn't make it this time, or could you give us a little insight on that?
Yeah, we're still missing several key pieces in volleyball, which I think they play here in an hour or so in the regional tournament. So, wish them luck. But yeah, Miranda Leslie, Chloe Whittington, Patience Webb. A senior came back out this year, Kylie Branscombe. Oh, and Alyssa Gristle, one of our post players who's been hurt, wasn't able to play volleyball, but hopefully we'll get her back. But all those kids that are coming will play an impact in some way. Yes.
Right on. So amongst the ladies, I'm gonna ask it. What's that one team on your schedule that's been pushing y'all through practice, or just been hanging above your head, or what's that one team that's motivating you for this season?
I have two.
Oh, two.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dover and Baptist Prep.
Okay.
Mine's gonna be Dover. I feel like that's gonna be one of our biggest challenges this year in our conference. But I just think, I don't know. I think we got it.
Okay.
Mine's definitely Dardanelle, where I came from.
Oh.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think
She want this one?
growing up with them, I know them. I've played with them my whole life, so I know what they do. I know what to expect, and I also know what my team brings to the table. And I think it's going to be a good game.
Okay. Hey, good to see that. Well,
They're all tough.
they all-
There's no in particular.
Well, do y'all have anything? You have anything else? Okay, well, that concludes our interview, and we appreciate you all coming out, giving us a little insight on your season.
Hey, thanks for having us.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Somebody just.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay, up next we got Heber Springs Panthers with head coach Spencer Gay. How you doing, Coach?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having us.
Hey, thanks for coming. Thanks to you all for coming as well. Coach, just give a little introduction of yourself and the players you bring with you, please.
I'm Spencer Gay, beginning 4th year at Heber Springs. We kind of raised the bar every year that we've been coming, or every year that I've been there. I brought with me junior Ada Choate, senior Taylor Parker, senior Jordan Youngblood, and senior move-in Kenna Haley. So Ada is probably our leading junior as far as the cast goes. We look to her for some scoring this year. She's been kind of groomed by senior last year, graduated for us, Addison Hudspeth. And she had a great career with us, 1,000-point scorer, so we're hoping that Ada can follow in those footsteps. Taylor Parker is a lockdown defender. She's our defensive specialist. She has no fear. She needs to guard bigger or smaller. It really doesn't matter. She'll take on whatever task. Jordan Youngblood here is a move-in last year from Melbourne, Arkansas. I coached with her dad at Stuttgart, and she's kind of bounced around Quitman, Melbourne, and made her way to Heber, and she's been a great addition for us. So Kenna Haley moved in from Greenbrier. She's a great addition as well. Fantastic kid, good shooter, but just a fantastic addition to our squad this year. So we're looking for some big things from that one.
Well, to bounce off that, what's some of your goals and expectations of your group coming in?
The goal is always championships, but 1% growth every day is what we ask for. Just 1%, and then we're let the cards fall where they may. The expectations for the girls, though, we're always competing for conference championships to make a regional berth, and after that, whatever magic happens, happens.
Right on. So, just to the girls, what's your outlook coming into this season, starting from left to right? What's your outlook?
My outlook is pretty much just putting in the work every day and going for conference wins, getting a high spot in conference, making it to regionals, and hopefully making it to state.
I think our season this year looks a lot different. We're playing very high level competition, but we also have a bunch of people filling very big roles. So instead of having like one or two main scorers, I think we're a very diverse squad. We have good defensive players and just people who can play all around.
I think our conference is very good this year, so it'll give us a good challenge, but we're going to be competing right up there with them. We're very scrappy defensively this year, and we'll definitely beat people running down the court, so I fully expect us to be in state tournament.
Okay.
Fully expects. We're going to hold her to that. Fully expects.
Okay.
We do have a tough conference this year, but looking at our roster, we have a very deep team, and I don't have any doubt that we will make it to the tournament this year.
Wow, that's pretty sweet.
We breed confidence in Heber Springs, as you can see.
Yeah, you're pretty confident. So, with that being said, what are the pressures? You know, do you feel any pressure with that, with high, regards and with high expectations? Do you feel any pressures?
I think that, yes, there's definitely going to be pressure, but I mean, just knowing that we work hard every day and that we have players that do good in each role that they do, I think that covers it all and brings all the pressure off of us, knowing that we have a good team.
I would say we have a lot of pressure, but we deal with it very well. We all know that there are big expectations and big roles to fill, but we do a good job of pushing each other in practice and just really working hard for one another so we can meet all of those goals. So it's more like we're doing it for each other, which kind of takes the pressure out of it.
I fully agree with Taylor over there. We definitely hold each other to a high expectation, and so I feel like the pressure is within ourselves, and because nobody really thinks that we're going to be anything this year, so that kind of takes the pressure off of us. But as a team, we hold each other accountable, and yeah.
I agree with Jordan. We weren't ranked as high as we wanted to be in our conference, so I think we're going to push ourselves. I don't think there's any pressure there.
Coach, I watched your final game versus Brooklyn last year. Really good Brooklyn team, and that was a tough loss. 4A is going to be good again, losing Farmington, but Nashville's always good. Clinton's always good. Brooklyn's still going to be good. Teams that historically weren't good, like Mills, are good.
That's right.
So talk about your non-conference games, and then again, that conference grind, regional grind, trying to make it to the state tournament.
Our non-conference schedule's beefed up pretty well. We had Westside Gross Ferry on the conference or on the non-con last year. They're returning that game with us this year, and the only difference is they're a whole new squad. You know, they had a lot of Concord move-ins. Coach Cornett came over, Cossey came over, and so that squad is, if they're not going to win 1A, they're going to make a run. It'll be pretty close. We have Riverside on the schedule, great powerhouse in 2A. Lamar at Arkansas Tech University, they're a powerhouse in 3A. So we've beefed it up a little bit, just in anticipation for the conference grind that we're going to get to. PA's loaded. Morrilton's been good traditionally in the past. I know they lost a lot. If you ask Karen, she'll tell you they suck. But guys, we all know that when you've made a Final Four run the last 4 years and a finals run, like, suck to you means, hey, we're made Elite Eight this year. So, I mean, Coach Morgan in the back, he understands that. Clinton's they're just a hop, skip, and a jump across the way. So that game is always loaded. Everybody comes out of the woodwork to see it. We tried to beef up the non-conference schedule to prepare us for that. But like you said, Mills traditionally hasn't been good, but that conference down there, I think our conference as a whole has gotten better. But when we match up with the other side, that conference is kind of a little weaker. Mills being, I think, the just going to run away with that conference championship. So as long as we can avoid the 4 over here, I think our conference has a great shot of putting 2 or 3 in that state tournament.
Yeah, so Coach, at this moment, your team's strength and your team weaknesses, where do you see that at right now at this moment, and how do you plan on attacking that?
Let's see, our team's strength right now, they love each other. I know that we do team goals every year, and for the first time, it's usually, I want them measurable, and for the first time, we chose one that's really not, if you looked at it, took it for face value, it doesn't translate in the win column, and I think that it was like 8 team outings or special team events in addition to what we already do. And when I asked them about it, because they make their goals and I don't, but we always discuss it. When I asked about it, Taylor Parker just said, we think, Coach, that if we like each other, if we play harder for each other, you know, that translates in the win column. Right. And I can't disagree with that. I love that answer. And so that point right there is our strength. Right now, our strength lies in our belief in our play and our love for each other. They're tough kids, probably the toughest group that I've coached, and I've had some pretty tough groups. But somehow they've just continued to set the bar. No matter how much I gripe at them, how many 5 a.m.s or 6 a.m.s that we do, they show up with the right attitude, and they just straight get after it and work. Biggest weakness right now is we're missing some pieces. Volleyball just ended, so we're just slowly getting everything back. Jordan Youngblood here is still in cross country, so she's I think a 13-sport kid or something in high school, whatever it is. So she still misses. We get her. She plays everything. So we get her, I think, like a half hour a day right now when all her other sports are over. And so team chemistry is a weakness. We just haven't had enough time with each other to understand how each other play. We have a new addition here, Kenna Haley, and we have another new addition who's not with us, Bailey Burris from Pangburn, who will slide in that roster spot somewhere. She'll play. 5'10" long guard, she'll play. So right now we just haven't figured out all the kinks yet, and we will. Time will tell that story. We will.
Okay. So to each one of the ladies, in your opinion, what do you think the key to a successful season would be for you all?
So I think the key to a successful season for us is definitely just putting all the pieces together, playing everybody in the right spots, and everyone just doing their job on the court. And I think that that'll bring us a lot of success.
I think a big thing for us is just working hard in practice, and it goes along with what Coach Gay said about chemistry. Like, we all know that we love each other and we want to work hard for each other. We just have to figure out how to work with each other. And so we'll get in there some days and come out with bruises and scratches and
all sorts of other things, but we come off the court and we leave the problems on the court and we're like, hey, good practice, like way to push me, because that's how we get better as a squad.
I definitely think that like once we get everybody back, just like with me being gone, I really believe like my team is putting in the work, and our off season has been so difficult. We've actually been in the weight room a lot more than we have years past, and that has definitely made us stronger. So just with that, I think we've already won this season, but as a senior, I want to make it far.
Oh, in practice, we hear a lot of, next play, you can't let that mistake carry on to the next play. And I think if we put that into games, we'll be fine, because we definitely have the dedication and the talent.
And Taylor, I wanted to ask you, Coach was talking about how you're a lockdown defender. It doesn't really matter if the opponent's really big or not, whatever the case may be. We're covering softball. I know you've played outfield, you've pitched out of necessity, all those different things. So especially now as a senior leader, how much do you embrace just playing where you're needed the most?
I think it's not hard to play where you're needed, because you realize this is what I have to do for my team. So honestly, it's not a chore to me. Like, I enjoy doing it. I love being out there. I'm a big physical person. I like battling with people. I like the struggle. I like the fight, because that's fun for me. And I know they all enjoy it as well. And if, like, the harder I go, the more success they have. And so that's just a big driving factor for me.
I will say this about Taylor Parker. About a week ago, I asked her, Parker, who would you start? You're playing tomorrow. Who would you start? Because I think there's about 7 in our rotation that really fight and give good quality minutes, could give a good argument. And Parker named 5 kids. Pop, 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 pop. And I said, you're not one of the names you just mentioned. And she says, yes, sir. I just know that if those 5 all sit down and defend like I know they can, they play offense like I know that they can, I'm sure I'm playing, but I'm not sure that I'm starting. And I just thought that spoke volumes about her character. So, tough kid.
Right. So I ask every team this before they get up out of here. What's that one team on your schedule that you're circling that you want to play, that is really, that one game that you're looking forward to?
So I think that PA is going to be a really good game for us. It's going to be super competitive, and we're going to have to play super hard.
So Coach Gay likes to mention them a lot in practice. It's Clinton. It's just always a scrappy game. It's a good fight, and it's a big school rival. So sometimes we don't come out on top, but that's our driving factor.
I would say PA as well, because with their new coach this year, we know she brings a lot of good coaching to their program. So they'll definitely be a really hard game for us this year.
I'm excited to play Clinton this year just because it's a at-home rivalry. It's always a fun game to play.
Clinton, PA, okay. They want the smoke. I got you. Well, Coach, man, we appreciate you all coming out, giving us a little insight on your program. Let us pick your brain a little bit, man. That was awesome. Thank you, and looking forward to seeing all you guys throughout the season.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, that concludes our interview. Okay, we're back. Up next, we got England High School basketball. How you doing?
Doing great. Thanks for having us.
Okay, we got head coach Trent Morgan leading the way. Coach, give us a little insight on yourself and then introduce your players from left to right, please.
All right, I'm Trent Morgan. I believe this is my 6th year as a head coach. This is year 5 in England. And starting to my left here, I got Trey Chadden, who's a junior. I have Aiden Scribner, who's a junior. I have Landon Woods, Jr., and Jaquan Mays, Jr. as well.
Okay, Coach, just to start off, give us a little insight on your goals and expectations coming in.
Goals and expectations. I believe just in England, they just expect championships. And, you know, we say that not in a braggadocious type of way, but that's expected. We have 3 state titles this decade, and hopefully we can get to 4 with a little luck. I'm excited about this group of young men. They've been with me, these 3 right here have been with me since the 5th grade. And then we have Trey Chadden, who's a transfer from Newport, and he'll add some good stuff for us this year as well.
Okay, just to start with each player, start from left to right or right or left, whichever y'all want to go. What's your outlook coming into this season?
My outlook coming into this season, get buckets, to win games, not lose a home game in England, keep our record going, show everybody what we about, and give them a championship like they want.
My outlook is we gotta really lock in because we coming off an upset last year from Salon Hendricks. They really hit home right there, so we really gotta prove that we really can win. Cause England ain't been to the state tournament in about 4 years, I think, and we still gotta get there, and it's gonna be hard getting there. It ain't gonna be nothing easy, nothing sweet, and we just gonna have to fight and battle.
My outlook is just to keep working hard, work harder than we did last year, because we did get upset last year in regionals, and just to keep going strong and win the championship this year, because everybody depended on us to win.
My outlook is to work hard, and get a state championship, and play our best against everybody that we play, and do as good as we can.
Yeah, speaking of that, what's some of the things that you have been doing to prepare you coming into this season, like far as working on your skill set?
We got a night session here and there. We got shooting on the gun, get your shooting right, and really just come to the gym and do something productive that you know that you got to work on to get better at. And coach, he ain't gonna gripe about you and force you to do it. If you ain't gonna do it, you just ain't gonna play.
We go through, we have night sessions. He'll put us through workouts, make us run a little bit, get us back in shape. We do shoot the ball a lot because our shooting percentages ain't that well, but we working on that. And we lifting weights, getting bigger and stronger.
Yeah, we hit the gym a lot, and we do a lot of running on the track. We ran like a mile before practice every day. And we used to, every Friday, we used to run a time mile on the track. And we do a lot of shooting on the gun and stuff, a lot of form shooting. He put us through a lot of post-work drills and help us on our footwork and everything. And we do a lot of lifting weights.
Getting in the gym outside of practice, running a lot, working hard every day in practice, things like that.
All right, before you go on to the next question, just want to piggyback off of what they said from last year. I wasn't going to speak about last year, but I guess I will. We got upset in the first round of regionals. We were ranked pretty much number 1 in 2A the majority of the year, and we hit a snag. Jaquan tore his ACL, first round of district, and then we didn't win a game after that. So I look at last year as what they call a painful gift. You know, moving forward this year, none of these guys up here, they don't want that feeling again that they felt last year when we got beat.
Yeah, so that kind of transitions to what I was going to ask next. Coming into this season, even in doing your practices, what is that one thing you hang your hat on or you preach to your team about coming into this season? What's that one thing?
Just being different. We actually got shirts with different on them. We want to have a different outcome this year. Our kids work extremely hard. I find myself and my coaching staff, we don't have to coach a whole lot of things every single day because the culture is kind of set already. So just hanging our hat on who we are.
You just gave me the perfect seg. I was going to talk about, covering multiple sports, culture is probably the word that I hear the most, but I know you've got the hashtag Culture Matters, and it seems like it's not just in your coaching, but your everyday life. Talk a little bit about that for those that might not be as familiar with England basketball.
Yes, sir. That's a great question. When I first got to England, I spent some time as a volunteer assistant, and what I noticed is England was known for a place that, not very disciplined. They always had fights and things of that nature. So I knew when I took over the program, I want to really push the needle forward on being proactive about how we act in the classroom, how we act at home, how we act on the court, and our practice. Really good coach, Jerome Tang, always said that if you walk in anybody's practice for 5 minutes, you should be able to hear, see, and feel their culture. So I believe that's what's going on in our program, and I actually want to ask some of these guys about our culture.
It's like Culture Matters is what you got to use through your daily life. Like, you got to have discipline for yourself. You got to have discipline for what you want to achieve. If you ain't going to have discipline, you ain't going to be able to get to that point that you want to be at. And, like, every day in practice it's a ongoing holding each other accountable. Like, you miss a layup, 10 push-ups. You say you don't talk on defense, 10 push-ups, or we run up and downs, one or the other. And it ain't the coach that's telling us, it's the teacher. It's like, it ain't the coaches, it's us that's telling each other, teaching each other, and telling each other what to do instead of the coach having to coach everything. And it should be a team thing.
Culture Matters is a brotherhood, it's love, it's discipline, like he said. In practice, if you ain't doing something right, your team may catch you. You got to do 10 push-ups. You got to run, hold each other accountable, make sure everybody doing everything right. You can't cut the corners or none of that, or you running. And like he said, when people used to be scared to come to England because we used to fight a lot and stuff. But now he changed the culture, and everybody, they feel welcome. They feel welcome when they come to England. They ain't scared no more, none of that.
Culture Matter, we do everything together, like in unison as one, and we all like obey, and we just got a good brotherhood. We all grew up together, so like we all got a lot of chemistry. So we do everything right and hold each other accountable, like Landon and Jaquan said.
Culture Matters make us all like family. We do everything together. It really ain't no animosity, and everybody treated the same, and that's it.
That's impressive. But to piggyback off that, considering that you guys hold each other to a high standard, how is the chemistry? How is the reception from your other teammates? How do they receive that responsibility coming from each one of you?
Yeah, speaking of that, we had problems with that last year, believe it or not. We had a senior, we had a sophomore going at it because we telling him what he's supposed to do, and he feel like because he a senior, can't nobody tell him that. We was like, just because you're a senior, it don't mean nothing. You gotta listen to the people that's below you, above you, same as you. It don't matter who they is. They telling you right, you gotta listen. It ain't no point of going back and forth. Right. So we all get punished if one person mess up. So if you don't listen to that one person, we all finna get punished anyway.
It's really about how he come at you. Like, if it ain't the coach coming at you hard, you shouldn't really just come at him hard like that. You should, like, talk to him a little bit, see if he gonna listen. But if he don't listen, then you gotta come hard at him to make sure he get it through his head. If he ain't getting it through his head, then that's when you tell the coach. that's when you tell the coach that he not doing it right. He gonna get on him for that.
Man.
Yeah, we all got good chemistry. If somebody do something wrong, like we don't try to get like, we make sure it's not like we doing it like talking to them in a bad way and trying to uplift them instead and talking to them in a good way. And yeah.
Our chemistry is good, and we take criticism pretty well because we all just want to see each other get better, and we don't want to show no hate to each other. We just want to see each other get better.
And we actually had, speaking of chemistry, 4 guys that averaged double figures last year. So we kind of had a hard time on figuring out who was going to be All-State, which actually went to Landon Woods. These 3 guys here were All-Conference, and Landon was All-State. Also, Trent Arnold, who's not here today, he was All-Conference. And then Trey Chadden played at Newport last year, averaging about 18 a game. He was All-Conference. So it's a lot of scoring here. We're just going to have to play some defense now.
Coach, seeing like you come in and that culture is sure enough rearing its head. So give us a little insight on just how the culture impacted you and with you seeing your guys embracing what you're preaching.
I'll say this. I didn't realize how much I missed coaching these guys until I went to Russellville for a year. Russellville's going to be mad, but after about 2 weeks, I figured out that, man, I really want my guys back. And there's not a lot of coaches out there that get to leave and go to a school and then come back. So with these guys, actually this guy right here went to Mills the same year I left, and then he came back with me as well. So just the overall commitment from our community, they let me coach these guys. And when I say coach them, I get to coach them. And they buy into it. We don't get any lip service back once we get on you. And our culture is not just a slogan, it's every single day.
So with your team being with them buying into what you're saying, let's talk about that non-conference schedule and what all it entails, and give us a little insight on it.
We really wanted to test these young men, especially early. We have a really good tournament coming up. We're going to participate in the Charles Ripley Showcase. I'm not sure who we'll get in that tournament. If I'm not mistaken, we're probably the smallest school in it. So we're excited about that matchup. The Earl game, Coach Miller, you guys will have him on later, a real good friend of mine, so we're looking forward to that non-conference matchup as well. We always talked about meeting in Hot Springs the next 2 years, but they went down to 1A, so we're just going to hook up in non-conference. And then Clinton is a really good opponent. Judson Smith does an outstanding job with his group, so we're looking forward to playing them in the ASN Showcase in Arkansas Tech.
Okay, so I know you players been in practice holding each other accountable and been going back and forth. So what's that extra conversation as far as the team that you're looking forward to playing? What's that one team that you circled on your calendar?
I would say Earl, but it's gonna be Stuttgart, cause it's like that's like a rival team to us basically. And whenever we play them, everybody from there, everybody from England, they gonna show up at the gym. Like when we played Lonoke last year, wasn't even no seats. People had to stand up to watch the game. It was a good game.
See me, I'm gonna go with Earl, cause Coach Miller, he a little feisty a little bit. I don't know. I want to see him. And then we seen him this summer. I had to go and introduce him to us a little bit. But yeah, I see he said they'll come a little, prepared when we see him. So I know it'll be a good fight.
I'm gonna say Stuttgart, really, like Jaquan has said. Yeah, everybody been looking forward for us to play them. We've been trying to play them for like the last 2 years. It just ended up not happening. But I really want to play the big schools too, to really just test our chemistry and test our skill level and see what we can really do together. Cause we just added this new guy right here, and I'm really trying to just see what how good we play together.
I'm looking forward to Stuttgart. I'm ready to see the gym packed and give people a show.
Okay. Well, Coach, I know your season is pretty packed up, and you got high expectations for this group. Just give us a I guess a recap of last season, and give us what you expect to happen this season.
All right, last year we finished, I believe, 24-5. We finished co-conference champions with Bigelow, who won state the previous year. Like I said, we had a really good run. We went on 2 really long winning streaks. And then when this young man tore his ACL, it kind of derailed our season. I can just remember in a timeout after he got hurt, just talking to some of the guys, and they were just, shell-shocked. And so I kind of knew then that things were going to turn. But, in order to win a state championship, you got to get lucky. And, last year wasn't our year. But this year, we're expecting the same thing. We want to win our conference. We want to be number 1 at the end in Hot Springs.
Right on. So we appreciate you all coming out, giving us a little insight on your program and your players. Hey, good luck on your season, and we look forward to seeing more of you guys.
Thank y'all for having us.
Yes, thank you. Okay, up next we have Parkview High School boys basketball. Got head coach Ant Lasker. How you doing, Coach?
Doing good, doing good. Excited to be here. Thank y'all for having us.
But Coach, give us a little insight just on yourself and for each player starting from your left to right.
Okay, so I'm Coach Anthony Lasker. This is my 7th season in head coaching high school basketball. My first year being at Parkview. Of course, originally I was the assistant. Coach Thurman resigned about 16 days ago. So I've been the interim head coach for the last 16 days, just trying to get these guys prepared for the upcoming season. To my left, I have senior Caleb Lowe and Caleb Dean, 2 great young men that are going to be really, really vital to everything we do this season from not only an on-court but a leadership standpoint. And then to my right, I have juniors Josh Wills and Kobe Bell, who will also be vital to a lot of things that we're going to try to do this year on both sides of the ball, because we feel like both of these young men can definitely help us on the offensive side as well as the defensive side of the basketball.
Okay, starting to my left on this end, give us a little outlook on just how your mindset and as far as your preparation coming into this season.
Coming into this season, we gotta, as a team, we have to be aggressive because, like, we have young talent. We don't really have that many seniors, so we just have to build on that because we don't have people who were here last season to carry on what we had last season.
Right.
Like, we got to come in with new leadership and all, and that's what we're going off of right now.
Okay.
Like he said, we very young, so we have to be disciplined and work harder than everybody and push everybody to be great. And we just got to outwork everybody that we step against this year.
I mean, I would agree. I mean, the most thing I could say is that we need to be consistent and basically just stay on track. Just make sure we don't slack off at any point, because we don't got too much to lose and too much attention on us.
I feel like, me personally, I feel like people don't think we're going to do anything anyway, so we just got to go out there and win and show people that we actually good. I don't got nothing to lose, everything to prove.
So, Coach, I know coming into this season, everybody wants to know about your non-conference schedule. So give us a little insight on your non-conference schedule and just how important it is for your non-conference schedule to be, challenging going into conference.
Oh, for sure. Coach Thurman did a outstanding job putting these young men through a lot of competition in non-conference. We're going to go up against teams like Central, North Little Rock, Bryant, Bentonville, Fayetteville, Hot Springs, and countless others. And so that non-conference schedule is going to show us who we are, and it's going to be able to create, some adverse situations for these guys to have to fight through, because these aren't teams that we just going to be able to come out and just run over, and they're not going to lay down just because it's Parkview that's entered the gym. We're going to have to show and prove the work that we put in this offseason and come out here and handle business each and every night, because the schedule is to me, is one of the toughest I've seen in the state.
And building off of that, you've obviously got a really tough conference as well. One of the things I liked about some of your Hot Springs teams, you guys would have some slow starts, and then there was multiple that really finished strong at the end. So we've had a lot of coaches today talk about how it's not particularly all about wins and November and December and all that. It's more so about getting prepared for February and March. So talk about your message with that non-conference schedule.
Definitely. I talked to these guys the other day, actually, about my second year at Hot Springs. We went 3-5, our first 8 games of conference. Then we ended up beating North Little Rock, which was #1 team in the state at that point. And then we ended up ripping off like 23, 22 straight games in a row. And so those 8 games, even though we only had 3 wins, those competitive games prepared us for conference. And then this conference is a lot tougher than the conference we had then. And so just want to try to instill in these guys that, it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. You know, the season is long. It's long for a reason. So we just have to stay the course, no matter how things may go early. We have to stay the course and just continue to fight and believe in each other and have each other back.
Coach, you've been coaching for a while, and you're only the third coach in like the last 40 years at Parkview. Story. Are you going to introduce anything new, or is it going to be a continuation on what Coach Thurman and Coach Flanagan have built on for the past 40 years?
Well, the things that have been done at Parkview is a lot of what I believe in as a head coach. Defense first. That's always been something that I believed in and stood on. Is that in order to win ball games, you got to be a defensive team and you got to rebound. And that's something that I've been preaching to these guys even before I was named the head coach, even as an assistant, just trying to preach to them the mental toughness, the physical toughness that you need. I'm never gonna be Coach Flanagan. I would love to emulate his success that he's had, but I'm never gonna be him. He's the GOAT, and I'm never gonna be Coach Thurman. I'm gonna always be myself and implement the things that I believe in. But defense is definitely gonna be a staple of what we do here, and I'm gonna continue to keep that legacy going because that's just the kind of coach that I am.
Coach, how do you prioritize player development when it comes to coaching these young men?
Player development is huge. It's huge. We want these guys to want to get in the gym on their own without us necessarily having to force them. And we have a good group that does that. Anytime I've ever opened up the gym for extra work, we've had at least 10 to 12 out of the 16 guys that make up our varsity team. They show up. And so can't be more happy with that. Skill development is really, really important. Although this time of year, you kind of focus more on team things and things of that nature, but you still want to get those little nuances fixed. Maybe kids may struggle in certain areas that you want to try to get them to understand before the season starts. So skill development is really, really important.
Okay, speaking of development, this is for the players, and specifically the leaders of the group. Give us a little insight just on how your leadership role will impact this team going forward.
I feel like if the younger kids look at me, they see me going in the gym every day, working out after school without the coaches telling me to, they'll end up doing it too, and we can just do it as a team.
Having a big leadership role is very important with our team because nobody likes to listen to each other all the time. So there's always going to have to be someone that's going to have to step up and say what needs to be said. Also, if we're not doing things on our own, we always got to have somebody come in and help us with it. Like getting shots up. You always need like somebody else to get rebounds for you. Getting rebounds for yourself is hard. It's tiring. Less shots and all.
I say leadership is a very crucial role on this team because, like he said, not everybody likes to listen to everybody. But if we encourage each other and show that we believe in each other and that we got each other's back, we can go a long way.
I would agree. Coach always tells us it needs to be a player-led team because, we're young kids, so we're not always going to want to hear what Coach says, even though he's most of the time right. But leadership is a crucial thing that needs to happen, and just show the young guys what needs to be done to basically keep going what's been going on at Parkview to continue to win.
Okay, Coach, we know that you've been in this position, in the last 16 days. Just how have that been, and what some of the things you have seen change since you've been in?
It's been the administrative work that has come with it has been very tedious, and trying to just get all my ducks in a row and make sure that everything off the court has been handled properly and taken care of, and that I'm not dot all my I's and cross all my T's. But as far as the basketball stuff, man, that don't change. Basketball is basketball. This is something that I've been doing for about 12 years now. And, you know, my main focus is just getting these guys to believe in me, you know, because like I said, they didn't come in this year with the intentions of me being their head coach, but, you know, circumstances ended up laying it out their way. And so it's my responsibility to gain their trust and get them to believe in me wholeheartedly, because I'm a firm believer that if the kids you coach and believe in you, they'll run through a brick wall for you. You won't have to do much, you won't have to say much. And so I'm constantly working on that every day, and we've been building towards that over these last 3 weeks. But, you know, just glad to say that I'm the coach at Parkview, so I'm happy to be here.
Josh, I've watched you play since you were little bitty, and it sounds like Coach is going to rely on you a lot this year. So you put in a lot of work over the past 7, 8, 9 years. So just talk about that work and how it's accumulating now to where you're in a spot to where Coach Lasker's relying on you to be a leader and a producer at Parkview.
Over my last 2 years in high school, I've been playing like somewhat small forward with Coach Lasker, and this year I'm starting to run a little guard now, so I've been working on my handles, getting to the basket, creating for others, and also, shooting more shots to get my shot way more fluent. He's hard on us because we need it, right? And the more we push, the better we get, more effort.
Okay, Coach. We know that you guys are matched up against a tough Bryant team in the matchup showcase. Just where your boys' mindset is at this point, or is that one of the games you have circled to where, you know, that's the beginning of your season, kind of one of those games that's going to kick it off? Where your mindset at with that game?
You know, I don't like to really look forward and look past opponents, but I'll answer your question since you asked. Man, Bryant is a team that's been competing for, you know, championships in 6A for the last few seasons, going back to when my guy Cam Hunter played there. And, you know, they have their 3 best players coming back from last year's team. And so we know that, you know, going up against them is going to be a challenge, and it's my responsibility to get these guys ready for that challenge. And I do believe that we'll be ready for the challenge when that time comes. And we just want the ability to show what we can do.
Yeah.
I want to show what I can do here as the head coach now, and I know all of these guys want to show what they can do. Because like they've already said, we're an inexperienced team, but we're not lacking any talent. We have the talent. A lot of these guys haven't been called on to play major roles since they've been in high school, and so I know they're very eager to get out and show what they can do and show the improvements that they've made in their games and show what happens when they are in a bigger role. And so we're just excited for the opportunity, no matter who's in front of us, but we're definitely looking forward to competing against a good Bryant program.
My question, guys, let's have some fun here. So what was your first jersey that you remember putting on? It could be NBA, it could be college, and why that jersey? So you can start from on this side to the left and then go all the way down. So what was that first jersey that you ever remember putting on?
What you mean?
Like it could be a LeBron jersey.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? It could be whatever. It could be NBA, it could be college. It could be even the Toon Squad from Space Jam. What was that first jersey you remember putting on?
My first jersey was like a Michael Jordan jersey, you know, shooting guard, 6'6", the GOAT. Could do anything you wanted.
My first jersey was a Kobe Bryant jersey. I'm named after Kobe, and my dad's a huge Kobe Bryant fan, so when I was born, he put me in that jersey.
My first jersey, it was from my father because he's a big Michael Jordan fan, so I stole it from his closet. But yeah, I used to play basketball in it.
I ain't gonna lie, my first jersey was a LeBron jersey, and it was really because we had to wear it to school that day.
Oh, man, my first jersey was probably Michael Jordan, more than likely. Yeah, I don't know if I can remember that far back, but yeah, my first jersey was probably Michael Jordan. And just because, you know, Jordan's the GOAT, man. So everybody want to be like Mike growing up.
Right on. Well, that concludes our interview at this moment, Coach. We appreciate you guys for coming out, giving us the opportunity to interview. Thank you.
We appreciate y'all. Thank y'all so much for having us.
Yes, sir. Okay, up next we have Pine Bluff High School basketball, the boys edition. How you doing?
I'm doing great.
Okay, we got head coach Billy Dixon leading the way. Coach, give us a little insight just on you and the players that you brought with you.
Well, not very much about me. Just head boys basketball coach. Just grinding every day. You know, trying to pull it together and make it work. The two guys that I brought with me today will be my point guard, Braylon Morton, which is to the right of me. To the left of me, most people know DG, Darion Graydon. He's my everything, my 1 through 5 in reality.
Okay, Coach, give us a little insight on just your goals and expectations going into this season.
Well, you know, our goals and expectations really never change. I mean, everybody want to be in Hot Springs and late, early in March. That's the ultimate goal. Ours is no different, and that's probably the main goal and the only goal that we really have. We don't. Everything else is an expectation, and that expectation that it's supposed to happen, and we work to get it done. So that's about it. You know, right now we're a very young ball club, very inexperienced. We graduated 10 seniors. 9 of them went to school. So, we're proud of that, that happened. So we're really starting from scratch. This guy right here, Darion, is the only player that I have on my varsity or JV roster that has ever played in a varsity basketball game at Pine Bluff High. So we're going to be young and very inexperienced.
Coach, considering that the back-to-back championships of the 5A, a lot of people are gearing to get a hold of you right now, to be able to play you right now. So what's the pressures or how do you handle that as far as with your team going into this season?
Well, we talk about it, I mean, we've been a target for a while. And I'd rather be the one being chased and for to be the one that's out trying to chase someone. So, of course, this year is going to be no difference for us in terms of our expectation. We don't want to be overly confident. We don't want to be arrogant about it. We're proud of our program that is established. It does what it does, and we expect the expectations to remain the same. So our guys that are in the program, whether they've been on the court or not, they've been in practice every day. They've been part of the grind all summer. They do spring ball, weight room, the whole work. So the expectation for us is that, we have a standard that we have to live up to, and that's what these guys are working toward. They're young, learning as they go every day. One of the things that I established early on was that this year that I'm going to have to be patient. Last few years, I probably just went crazy. You heard me on my interviews. I said I really didn't know who I was anymore, having to change just that much because the personality and character of the guys that we had, they were strong-minded guys, and so I had to recreate myself. Now it's just that we got young guys that, they want it, and I think the most important thing that we found out this fall is that they know they don't know. And that's a huge point to be, because most people don't know, but they don't know they don't know. These guys, now they know that they don't know. They haven't had that experience, so it's going to be a process for us.
Okay, starting with the players. You hear Coach talking about the expectations, and even the past success. What is your outlook coming into this season?
Well, we have the same goals, same everything. We want to be the same Pine Bluff. We're just going to be the same.
To piggyback both off of what Braylon and Coach said, we got the same goals, and at the end, our goal is to be in Hot Springs come March.
Coach, I don't think I've ever heard of a high school basketball team losing 10 seniors in 1 year. You introduce these two guys next year, but who else are you going to be leaning on, and who else are we going to see throughout this season?
I'm still trying to figure that out, to be honest with you. Right now, I would probably say a young man by the name of Chris Hinton. He'll bring some excitement to the court. Jace Davis, he'll bring some excitement. Chris is probably the most next experienced player. He played and started some last year, at the beginning of the year. Of course, then when the football guys came, all of that changed. We're not going to have that problem this year. So Chris would be one of the guys that I would talk about. Chris Hinton, Jace Davis will be one of the guys that we'll bring. We will have Quentin Roy that'll come out of football, 6'5". He'll play the 4-5 for us, and he'll bring some excitement also.
Coach, I had a chance to talk to you over the summer, and our conversation was basically geared about your non-conference schedule and getting you some reps, early. And what you told me is we're not shying back from anything, So with that being said, just how important is your non-conference schedule going into this season?
Well, we struggle every year. The schedule is never complete. Actually, today I'm talking to coaches about trying to get games, and schedules are already due and should be posted and out, and we're still trying to fill our schedule. The last 4 years, we had 48 preseason games, and 44 of them was on the road. We'd love for our fans to see us play before January. That doesn't happen very often until we get to the King Cotton Classic. Fortunate enough to play there, and the hometown comes out and support. But that schedule is extremely important. It's important this year because we got a taste during the summertime. We went to team camp. We've always been successful in team camp, always going in and taking care of business. We didn't win a game this year. We lost every game 20-point plus during that time. Most coaches don't care about team camp during the summertime. We do. If we play, we want to compete. That's the whole object. We want to compete. So it was an eye-opening experience for our guys. What we're saying to ourselves now is that it will not be the same Pine Bluff you saw during the summertime. And I promise you that's our work ethic every day, that it will not be the same guys you saw during the summertime. And we're okay with that. For the first time, I had a lot of people call me up and they wanted to play, and Coach, can we get on the schedule? And I know they was going by what they experienced during the summertime. Yeah, I'm a humble guy. I want to be clear. You will not see that same group of kids. It will be the same group of kids, but it will not be the same group of kids. Pine Bluff is going to be Pine Bluff, and that's what we say every day.
I know that's real. So with that said, how is the team chemistry, fellas, to the players? How is the team chemistry, considering what Coach just said?
It's getting better every day. We keep working. We keep getting better every day. Just get better every day.
I mean, how much we in the gym together, we really just built a brotherhood. So we family on and off the court.
Obviously, this is a different group from what we saw in Hot Springs to end last season. For the players, do you guys feel any, pressure at all to live up to that expectation of bringing home another state title for Conway?
I've seen it 2 years, been a part of the program for 2 years. I know what it takes, but yes, it's a little pressure.
For me, I think the pressure more so is on ourselves. Like, we put the pressure on ourselves because we know what expectations and goals we have for ourselves.
Coach, I know your talent down, so what coaching style, do you have to change your coaching style? I know you were saying you had to, with your last group, you had to be a little bit more stern, but as far as your style, did you have to change it, with this group?
Not really. We practice from A to Z. We practice from A to Z, but we don't need everything that we have for every team that we play.
Mm-hmm.
Our basketball season and our program is set up in multiple seasons. So it's a progression that we will do. We're not that concerned about, we want to win when we play. That's our ultimate goal. We tell people we're a competitive team. We're not a participation team. Our guys understand that when they come out, they have to compete. We're going to play the best players. That's why you see me play 5 guys, 6 guys, 7 guys. But the next day when we hit that floor again, all 22, 24 guys that we have in our program, they're going to bring it every day because they understand, what that's about. So people always say that we'll be there in the end when that time comes, and that's because it's the program that's in place and what these guys understand that we go through. I'm pretty hard. I don't know that I change a lot you guys have heard me say that I don't know who I am in the last 3 years. That's because they're different.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, this culture is a different culture of kids than what we dealt with in the past. You can't coach the same way you used to coach. I've been around for a while, and I've watched the development and the change. A lot of that goes back, and it really goes back to just, I tell people it goes back to that electronic device that they keep in their hands, right? It's a little bit different. You can't get up in a kid's face the way you used to. And I don't know that I ever been that kind of guy anyway. I can look at my guys, and they probably rather I say something than just how I look at them. But the hard coaching that I do, that part is not going to change. Now, what does change is that what we do and how we approach from the very first game we play to the 10th game that we play to the 15th, the 20th, and by the time we get to the end of the year, those guys have a defined package of what we want to do every night we go out on the court. And then that's what happened. People say, well, I think we prepared 6 weeks out for the championship game. We literally prepared 6 weeks out. Everything that we did every day in practice was about the championship game. So when we got there, the adjustments that we were making were adjustments that we anticipated in practice all along. So that's why our guys, when we say they buy in and they understand what we're trying to get done, and when we say that, that's what we mean. That statement I just made, that's what we mean when we say we will be Pine Bluff.
Last question. Considering the success that you all have had over the past years, I'm pretty sure the community has been used to that winning mentality. So, how important is it for your community to still support you and be behind you, even though you had 10 seniors to lead your program? How important is it for that community to still be behind you?
It's very important. I mean, I think about one of the things that I read the other day. It's in the next 2 to 3 years, all high school games in America will be live streamed. These kids still need to have somebody in those stands on the night that they play. It doesn't matter what type of technology come about and how we advance. They need to hear someone in the stands cheering for them. They need to see someone in the stands when they come off the court at halftime or coming back out on the court. They need to see someone standing there on that tunnel when they go in and out, coming in, so that is extremely important. Not just the revenue or the funds it's important that these young people put in a lot of work. There's a lot of time, ultimate commitment and sacrifice that they make. Now, not only are they making those commitments and sacrifices, so are the parents, because the parents are the one moving them back and forth and taking care of the financial part of what they need to make it happen for them. So that's the part that I think about, most, is that we still got to support these young people. I mean, we talk about a different culture right now. It is. That culture has to be surrounded by people that understand, love, and care about them as students, scholars first, and then we let the athletics take care of itself. In saying that, I can't go without saying this. We've averaged, the last 5.5 years, our basketball team has averaged a 3.5 GPA. People don't talk about that. We don't get discipline write-ups. We don't get referrals. We're not getting suspended from school. We're taking care of business inside the classroom. I'll go last year we had about 8 guys that had a 4.0 GPA. One of the top 10 guys in the class came right off this basketball team. Unknown fact, we've sent more guys to college on academic money than we have on athletic money. So that's something that we have to be proud about. We can talk about the culture changing with these kids, but they want what all young people want. They want guidance. They want discipline. They want structure. They want to know that, yeah, you're hard on them, but you're hard on them for the real reason. And the real reason is what we develop them into in terms of young men, that we all want them to be productive citizens one day.
Outstanding. Yeah.
Last question for me, just to have some fun real quick. What was the first jersey that you remember ever putting on? It could be a LeBron jersey, it could be a Kobe jersey, it could be somebody in college, it could be the Toon Squad from the movie Space Jam. What was the first jersey that you remember ever putting on that kind of helped you gain your love for the game of basketball? What's that jersey, and why was it that jersey?
First jersey I ever put on was a Steph Curry jersey. Just could shoot it. My favorite player. Just loved everything about him.
Coach?
Oh, that's great. That's easy for me. My first jersey was back when I was in the 5th grade. I made the Pee Wee traveling squad. And that's where it all started from for me. So I still remember that. My coach at that time was a gentleman by the name of Gerald O'Malley. And I'm one of those fortunate guys because I had an excellent coach in Pee Wee. I had an excellent coach in junior high, high school. Of course, college was a little bit different. It was a little bit more challenging, but I was groomed and prepared properly. So my first jersey came when I was in the 5th grade, got introduced to basketball by a great friend of mine. And I'll never forget traveling to Pine Bluff, Arkansas to play at Bel Air Gym on a Saturday morning. Never forget it, the smell of popcorn, and it excited me, and it changed my life. I'm where I am today because of basketball.
All right, for me, I think my first jersey was a OKC Kevin Durant jersey. That was just my favorite player, like outside hooping at recess. I'm feeling like I'm KD every day, so that was my favorite player. That was my guy.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having us.
Okay, that concludes our interview. Appreciate you guys for coming out.
All right, thank you.
All right, up next, we've got the Pine Bluff Lady Zebras, led by head coach Tyrell Hood. And, Coach, I will go ahead and hand it over to you for your opening statement. You can introduce your players.
First, I want to give honor to God for letting us be here. To my right, I have Amaya Bullard. And to my left, I have Adriana McAfee.
Coach, just talk about, this is your first year with the team, is that right?
Correct.
Right, so talk about just a little bit about your coaching career and just some of the things that you've seen throughout the offseason.
Yes, sir. This is my first head coaching position. I came from Morrilton under head coach Keith Zachary. This offseason, we're just trying to change the culture. As we all know that our girls program hadn't had much success in the past. Right now, we didn't get a summer to go to team camps like most states, teams in the state. We just got started in August. We still trying to fill each other out and learn each other, and we're just trying to build something.
And we just heard from Coach Dixon and the boys who are coming off of back-to-back state championships. The football team is coming off of a semifinal appearance. So there's been some very recent success, obviously, with the Zebras. So just kind of talk about some of the things that you guys have taken maybe from other teams that you're instilling in your program.
Yes, sir. One thing I do see that we got to be dominant at the little things. Be consistent, hard work. We say that every day to end practice. When you work like no other, then it's going to always lead to success. We're trying to figure out ourselves as a basketball program as we are young. We only got one senior this year. But from day in and day out, I've seen from Coach Dixon, heard, it's everything we teaching is beyond basketball. For the most important thing, we just want to learn from, we got under great leadership with our athletic director and back-to-back state champions. So we have all the tools that we need to be successful.
Okay, this is for the girls. What's your outlook coming into this season, considering the rich history of basketball from the past few years? What's your outlook on this season?
I would say probably just improving over the season, just having fun, playing the game.
I say being better than what we were last year, improvement, and just having fun out there.
For the players, I guess, what have you improved on in both of y'all's games over the offseason? What's something that will be a considerable difference that we'll notice on the court with your game this season? Something you've been working on.
Having patience and just letting the game come to me.
Basically just being able to work together and build on.
Coach, you obviously brought these girls here for a specific reason. Tell us why you chose these girls and why you're relying on them this year, and then who are some other girls on your team that you're going to be expecting a little leadership and production from?
Yes, sir. Starting with these two. These two have displayed what I want to do with the program and the culture, even with the sixth graders and on up. They come to work every day. They work hard. They're dependable. They don't complain. One of them don't eat lunch sometimes, but we're trying to get past that. But they, for the most part, they come to work every day. They got their hard hat and ready to work. Some other players that we're going to be depending heavily on, Mariah Savage, she's a returning starter for us. We got a few sophomores that didn't play last year that I'm thinking we got a transfer, came in, Caitlin Williams. She's probably 5'10", 5'12", 6 foot. She's very long, athletic, perimeter player for us. And that's probably it.
Coach, just going off what you just said, you have some players that you were counting on beside the ones you brought here. So what are some of your strengths and what are some of your weaknesses coming into the season, and how do you plan on fixing that?
Yes, sir. Some of our strengths, we got size, length. Speed is probably another one of our strengths. I'm not sure how the conference looks speed-wise, but we're a pretty fast team. Some weaknesses, our basketball IQ has to improve, and as well as our approach to the game of basketball, as far as taking care of our bodies and everything about basketball, that certainly has to improve.
Okay, this is to the players. This is to the players. Check. This is to the players. What are some of the? What's one key to this season that you think might help you guys, be successful this year? What's one of the key things that might help you start to
I would probably say just building the chemistry better and just working it out on the floor, like being together. We trying to do that.
I say coming together and being dedicated.
Okay. Sorry about that. Having mic problems. Sorry about that. Some of the things that you done worked on over the summer, give us a little insight. This is to the players. What's some of the things that you done worked on over the summer to help you get better and to prepare for this season? Starting with you to the left.
Probably developing like patience throughout running the offense and stuff, like developing the shot more. That's it.
I say ball handling, shooting, basic fundamentals.
Okay. Coach, I know that, your non-conference schedule is probably one of the things that you probably look at to prepare your team for the conference. Give us a little insight on that non-conference schedule.
Oh, yes, sir. Unfortunately, we had a little scheduling conflicts. Our season opener is actually in a tournament against Mount St. Mary's, which I didn't want it that way, but it's just the way it fell down that way. I'm scheduling just to play games, as many games as possible. Some weeks we have 3 games or 4 games in 1 week, just to get them as much game experience as needed before we head into conference play.
Coach, what's your approach when it comes to motivating your players? What's your approach?
I'm trying to still figure it out. I'm trying to figure out and know who I got as a team. One thing I do know that they like is crazy. We came out with a lot of energy one day when I gave them fist bumps before practice. So that's one thing I had to discover on my own. Just winning. I seen Coach Dixon doing it every day with his boys, so I tried it out, and it worked for that day. Another thing they motivated by when I say the word sideline, they hate that word, and they already know what it means.
So just how important it is for your team to get off to a strong start for the season, or does that even matter?
Yes, sir. It definitely matters, especially having a young team. I think building confidence in themselves and having the confidence, just allowing them to play in a different style will definitely help them.
And last question for me, if you can think back, what was the first basketball jersey you were putting on? It can be a LeBron jersey, it can be a WNBA jersey, Lisa Leslie, doesn't matter, college, high school, doesn't matter. Somebody from the Toon Squad off of Space Jam, doesn't matter. What was the first jersey you remember putting on that kind of developed your love for the game of basketball? So we can start from you, go to Coach, and then you.
The first jersey I put on was probably Steph Curry. I like how he had shot a lot, and that would have made me want to have it. I told my parents I wanted that jersey.
Coach, what about you? What was your first jersey, and why was that your first jersey?
My first jersey that I remember was a NYA jersey, a Pee Wee basketball jersey. That's the first jersey I remember putting on, but that helped me to develop the love for the game. Just the smell of the gym, the shoes squeaking, a whole 9 yards, that helped me develop my love for the game.
My first jersey putting on was a Kyrie Irving jersey. I liked the way he handled the ball, and that's how I knew I wanted to be a point guard.
Thank y'all so much.
Yeah. Well, Coach, we appreciate you all for coming out, giving us some time to, interview you all. This concludes our interview at the moment. We're looking forward to seeing more of you all throughout the season. Thank you.
Appreciate you for having us.
Okay, up next we have Valonia High School boys basketball with head coach Russell Pennell leading the way. How you doing, Coach?
Doing well, thank you.
Hey, give us a little insight just on yourself and the players that you brought with you.
Yeah, let me introduce them first. Over to my far left, this is Brody Jansky. This is Harrison Lane, Cade Keller, and Lane Turner. And we're happy to be here today, excited about this opportunity. And this signifies basketball season's almost here, and that's, I think, what we're all excited about. And looking forward to a fun season, and we'll play a hard schedule, and we'll just see how this all turns out for us.
Well, speaking about that, give us a little outlook. Give us your outlook and some of your goals and expectations coming into this season.
Yeah, well, I'm new, obviously, so we're learning a new system. The guys have done a great job of picking up what we're trying to do. The thing I love about not only these guys but the rest of the team is how hard they play, how attentive they are to detail. I think their basketball IQ is fantastic, and I think that's because of our Pee Wee program in Valonia. They start playing when they're almost out of diapers. And, so they've played a lot of basketball by the time they get to us. So I've been real pleased with just how they've embraced me and our system, and we're trying to fill some shoes from last year, but that was last year. This is a new year, so I think collectively we may do it a little bit different than in the past. I think our depth is good. We have a number of players that we can kind of plug and play, and overall, I think we're very optimistic. Like everyone else, every coach is excited because they're undefeated right now. And we're certainly no different than anyone else that you've talked to today behind this podium.
Wow. So just for me hearing throughout the grapevine, I heard that this group here has been together since second grade. Ever since you all was in the second grade, been playing together. So with that being said, starting with you, Lane, what's your outlook coming into this season, considering, the chemistry you all have?
Yeah, I'm very excited. Obviously, this is the last year with these boys. It's been a great time, since second grade. It's crazy. We know just about every move we're going to make. I mean, running down the floor, we just see things that you wouldn't see a lot of other people seeing. But I'm excited. It's the last year. I'm excited. We're gonna have fun. So.
Yeah, going off what he said, I mean, second grade, but I mean, some of us who aren't here today have been playing together since we were in first grade. The chemistry is just insane. Everybody knows what everybody's doing. We know where we're going to be, what we're doing, and it's all, the teamwork is all there. Everybody helps each other. We're all one. There's no beef between anybody. Everybody's just here playing basketball, just being one team. So.
Like what he was saying, the chemistry on the team is just great. And in the games, the other teams, they might not have the chemistry we have. We're seeing different things that other people might not see. And that since second grade, playing together has really helped that.
Honestly, like we all know, we're not a big group, like size-wise, but like that chemistry we've had since second grade is gonna help us. You know, like other teams might be bigger, but like we play with each other more than like a lot of teams that are just like a lot of transfers. So like I think that's an advantage that we have. So.
Coach, many people are familiar with your time at UCA, and you've had a really impressive career overall. I know you took over for Lute Olson as an interim, took that team to the Sweet 16. Phoenix Mercury took them to the Western Conference Finals. So, being an interim, especially that 08-09 season, how instrumental was that to your career as far as just developing as a coach?
Well, I think what was more instrumental is I've been able to be under good coaches that I've learned from. I started at Oklahoma State with Eddie Sutton. And obviously, the people in Arkansas know all about Coach Sutton and what he did for this state a long time ago to put the Razorbacks on the basketball map. And then I was under Coach Olson for about 6 months before he had to retire, just seeing it a different way. I worked alongside Bill Self. We were assistants at Oklahoma State. So what I say from those things, it's more that you just learn from being around them, watch how they go about doing things. The interesting thing I get asked, and I've been asked many times since I've been at Bologna, what's the difference between these guys and college guys? And, there's some physical differences, but the way you coach a team and the way they go about their business, these guys, it means just as much to them as that Sweet 16 team at Arizona. And so what you do is it's still, can you take care of the basketball? Can you score? Can you defend? Can you rebound? And that level doesn't change. And because your competition is usually pretty relevant, that kind of takes care of that. So I just try to take, everything that I've been blessed to learn from other people, implement it in what we're doing and bring it to these guys. And they've done a phenomenal job of accepting it and accepting me. And we, the overused term up here has been excited, but that's really true. That we are thrilled and looking forward to this season.
This is to some of the leaders on the team. I'm pretty sure all of you are considered leaders, but starting with Lane. Lane, talk about your leadership role this year, considering that you're the senior of the team, and how would you think it would impact the rest of your players going forward?
Yeah. Obviously, it's very important to be a good leader. You got to try to see everybody's point of view, because everybody has a different point of view. I will say the 3 seniors we had last year and the year before, being able to learn from them, kind of get some insight on, what could be good, to say, or what couldn't be. I think I'm just going to try to take that into consideration and obviously just lead vocally and just through example. And but yeah, that's about it.
Mine's really going to be the same as last year. Just keep everybody in check, be the leader of the court. Just make sure everybody's where they're supposed to be, take care of the ball, and just make sure everybody's mentally there and keep everybody, obviously, physically there, hopefully.
I think being a vocal leader is huge, especially in practice with the younger guys, because there's going to be some of the games where we're going to need the younger guys to step up and make big plays. And if they're not practicing hard in practice and you're not keeping them accountable, then they're not going to be ready for that moment.
You know, I just kind of try to set the tone. Like, I might not speak a lot, but I used to kind of like mess around and joke around in practice. But like being a senior now, like, I kind of take it more serious, and I like let the other players know like it's business.
Coach, you know, going from the spring into the summer, you know, even now, where's your team at? You know, are they peaking? Are they where you're comfortable, or are they right where you're at, or what?
Well, my first practice with them was like July 11th, so I was a little bit behind because of the late hire. So we really didn't get much of a summer. Now, the assistant coaches that were there did a great job, holding them together, took them to a couple team camps and everything, but they were just kind of guessing how we were going to play. The thing that's impressed me is since school started is just how quickly these guys have picked up what we're trying to do. And you know, our style of play is we share the ball. Everybody touches it. We don't run a million plays. We're going to run a lot of motion, and every one of them is confident that, you know, if they're open, they can take the shot, but we're sharing the ball. You know, and we know, I mean, let's just call it like it is. Lane has to be great for us. I'm calling him out in front of the world here. He knows it, though. But these guys know that. And I think one of them alluded to it a while ago. We're one. We all know our role. And so I've been real pleased with how they can handle and process information. And I do think the fact they've played together so long really helps, because they will see something that I don't even see on the way the defense is playing them, and they can adjust accordingly. So for us to have a big year, we're going to have to be a solid team that, you know, we defend well. Everyone says that, but we've got to rebound well. And on the other end, if we can take care of the basketball against pressure, I believe we can score points. But what I'm hoping is our unit of having 8-9 guys will carry the day. If one guy's off or one guy may be sick or injured, we got someone else we can plug in. And that, as a coach, is a great luxury.
Yeah. You know, just want to, you know, talk about the community. I know Vilonia basketball is big, as well as their football, but the community support, how big is it? How big and how important is it for the community to show up and help support these guys, along with yourself?
When I was approached about this job, obviously I had a lot of friends in the state. I called several of them just to ask what the reputation was of Vilonia. And to a person, they said, "Oh, that's a basketball school." And that's not throwing shade. Our football team's having a great year, and I hope we are a football school also. I'm just telling you what the coaches told me. They said the community is going to turn out. They're going to come and watch. When the Eagles are playing, people are going to be there. It matters. And as a coach, that's music to your ear. That's what you want to hear. That's the environment you want to be in. Since I've been there, it's even been better than that. Just the support, people wanting to help us, whether it's with their time, with their finances, with whatever, to make sure these guys have everything they need. And our young ladies who will be up here next, they do the same. I mean, it doesn't matter what sport, what athlete, whatever, the town turns out. And I love that. And there's a great pride among the people in Vilonia and about the Eagles, and we're just blessed to be a part of it.
Okay, so this is to the boys as well as you. Don't know as much as you, but I know. So in practice, I know there's a game that's circled on your schedule. What is that game that means the most to you that you're looking forward to playing?
Obviously, there's a lot of teams that we would love to beat, and that I think will give us good comp, and I think will be exciting games. But right now, I'm just focused on the first game, and then we'll go to the next game, and just take it on from there. So.
Yeah, kind of like what he said. There's no team that we're just looking for. Every team that we play is going to be a good game. 5A is one of the best conferences that probably one of the best conferences that you'll ever see. Every team is an athletic team, and it's our senior year, so I mean, I'm looking forward to every game, not just one. I'm definitely going to remember this one. So,
like you said, there's a lot of competition in the 5A Central. And we're going to play a lot of good teams, but we don't really have one circled. We're just going to take it one game at a time and just play how we play.
I think they all three said it for me. I don't think I got to repeat what they said.
Let me follow up on that. I appreciate their answers, and one of the things I believe in, and I've tried to teach these guys, is this: you don't get too high, you don't get too low.
Right.
If you don't watch it, what happens is there's a team, and we all know who the best teams are in the league. Will that be a big game? Yeah, they sure will. But if you don't watch it, that big game, the other end of that spectrum, you're playing the last place team in the league, and you don't get ready for them. And so every game, especially when you get to conference, obviously that's the way you're selected to play in the state tournament. And so I know that if we really cut their brains open, they've got a team. But I like the mentality right now, because we have to treat every one of them's important. You can't beat someone good and lose to someone not as good. You got to be consistent. And so, great answer by these guys, and it was almost like they were told to say that.
Well, you know, we love what you guys represent. We appreciate you coming out, giving us the opportunity to interview you and everything, to show love. And I'm pretty sure the fans appreciate it as well. So with that being said, no other questions. That concludes the interview. Appreciate you guys.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, up next we have Valonia High School girls basketball with head coach Jeremy Simon. How you doing, Coach?
Doing well, thank you.
Just to kick it right on off, why don't you introduce yourself and introduce the players that you brought with you?
I'm Jeremy Simon from Valonia High School. I've been coaching these girls or Valonia girls for the last 5 years. Been coaching for the last 17 years, and I guess that's been a long time. I guess I'm somewhat of a veteran now, even though I still feel like it's just a few years ago that we got started. But just to introduce my players real quick, this is my senior, Sydney Middleton, my junior, Maddie Mannion, over here, my sophomore, Brianna Burnham, and Brooklyn Burnham, her sister, another sophomore for us. Just to say a few words about them, I've been blessed to coach Sydney for the last, well, this will be our 4th year with me. And great point guard, sees the floor real well. Can score it all 3 ways in basketball, whether it's posting up, shooting outside, driving to the rim. Plays about every position that we have and has won all kinds of awards across Arkansas. Just been a great player for us. She'll be signing with UT Martin here in a couple weeks, and so we're excited about that. Maddie over here on my left, one of the best shooters in the state of Arkansas, and probably the best shooter I've ever coached. And she's just been a great player for us, and also moved her up as a freshman. So this will be, luckily, have third year with her, and she's just a junior, so we got 2 more years left. Brianna, just tough as nails, fast as lightning. Her and Brooklyn have both set records at our school in track, and just the 2 fastest girls I've ever coached in my career. And they can get up and down the floor quick. I think they're even faster with the basketball in their hand. Brianna will play backup point guard sometime for us, but she also moves around and plays a lot of different positions. She has, we give her the responsibility a lot of times of guarding the other team's best guards. And that's a huge responsibility that she has, and she just plays as hard as she can. She's tough as nails for us and does a great job. We moved her up as a freshman, also along with her sister Brooklyn. And Brooklyn had a great season last year. I looked for her to have just an absolute breakout sophomore year. She can score off the dribble so well. Her shot has improved so much over the past year. Tenacious defensive player, great rebounder. These girls can push the ball as good as anybody can, and they're really fun to coach.
You know, Coach, we talk a lot of coaches about, you know, who's coming back on the team and who's not coming back. It's too bad you don't have any production coming back.
Yeah, I know.
But that being said, as if the 5A isn't already tough enough, you got Farmington moving up.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about your conference and the 5A overall. And yeah,
Okay.
you got a great team, but you know, there's also great teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of great teams, and I would say the 5A, it may be the hardest classification to win a state championship in. There's so many good teams. You know, we got 4 different conferences. I think there's 33 or 34 teams, and there's a bunch of teams that go into the season with a chance to win a state championship. And obviously Farmington moving up will be a challenge for everybody. There'll be a challenge in the West. The West has got some great girls basketball over there. And, you know, they've won back-to-back. They've got some really tall girls, and they've got some good guards. And I don't know a whole lot about them yet, but we will be paying attention to them throughout the year. But there in the West, you got Mountain Home and Greenwood, and in the East, you got West Memphis. I mean, you can just name all the teams in the East and think they're going to have a chance to make a run. Our Central Conference is going to be a lot tougher this year. Little Rock Christian, BB, Greenbrier coming down to our conference is going to be a very tough matchup. That's always been a rival of ours, and we hadn't played them in the last couple years, but they'll be coming back, and it's always a good game between us and Greenbrier. And you got Parkview. Jacksonville's going to be a whole lot better. Yeah, I mean, you can name every team in the conference, and I think they're going to be better this year. And we do have a young team, but also feel like we got a pretty experienced team at the same time, and that's what I'm excited about.
Coach, with your team being, you know, talented as it is, what's some of the good things and what's some of the bad things when you know on offense or defense, and what are you doing to attack it?
So as far as our strengths and weaknesses, first off, our weaknesses, we haven't practiced fully as a team yet this year. So that the next 3 weeks, tomorrow is actually going to be the first day that we all are back. Mm-hmm. We've had just a lot of moving pieces. We've got some girls in volleyball, so tomorrow is going to be. I'm actually really excited about getting everybody back in the gym and building our chemistry back. And we have 3 weeks before we play Springdale Harbor in the first round of the Conway tournament. So we're looking forward to that, but we got a lot of work to do before we get there. Height-wise, we don't have a lot of height on this team. We're not short. Our guards are pretty good size, but we don't have the 6'1s and 6'2s or you know, players like that. We have a lot of good guards. Now we do have a couple post players, but they're, you know, 5'10", 5'11" post players, and they'll be. So these girls last year's first round of state tournament, you know, we're playing Nettleton, and they've got 6'1", 6'2", and these girls are, you know, are a lot smaller. They're just having to battle, and they've been in the weight room a lot, so we're trying to get better and get stronger, and so that's some of our weaknesses, but we can overcome that with just effort, and they showed that last year in the state tournament, rebounding hard, playing fast, just giving all out effort. Shot goes up, we need people on the boards, and I would say some of our strengths are just our ball handling. We've got some really good ball handlers in here. They push the ball really well. We got some shooters on the team, and they're competitors.
Okay, this is for the girls. So when we're talking about keys to success, right? Give us, from each one of you all, give us the key, give us your, perspective of, the key to success for the season.
I think my key to success would be playing as a team and not only thinking about yourself, but how what you do is going to affect others on your team, and just to think about the overall goal for the year.
Mine would be communication, because you have to have good communication to have a good team. You need to know what everybody's doing, what your plan is. We need to listen to Coach Simon, what he has to say, and just kind of execute that onto the court.
I would say your dedication to the game and how far you want to go with it. Being able to play as a team and all having great chemistry with one another and nothing bad with each other, having bonding with each other, and just staying with one another and always being together to help one another.
I'd say that mine is definitely just communication and staying together and making sure we're all connected, because last year we were I wouldn't say we weren't connected, but I don't think we were definitely not as strong as some of the other teams we were going against.
Coach, how do you prioritize player development in your program?
We've been working on a lot of offense here in the off season. A lot of shooting, a lot of scoring drills, just getting as much shots up as we can. All these girls in here in off season have been in 6:45 a.m. workouts in the morning, lifting weights or jumping boxes or whatever Coach Prowse back here has them doing, but he's done a great job in the weight room with them. And then hour and a half, 2 hour practices in the afternoon, and gym being open on after practice, before school, things like that. But we've really worked hard on our offense and just ability to score the ball.
Sydney, for your 4 years of work culminates to your senior year. What are your team goals? What is the team goal for your senior year?
Well, first, probably be to have a healthy season for everybody, and I really want to win a state championship. We've been there twice, and I feel like this year, if we play together and we play like we should, that we should be able to. So that's my goal for this year.
So I know with high expectations come, a lot of hard work. So how have the camaraderie been inside of practice? I know it's a lot of leadership, far as what the boys said. What about the leadership, and how do y'all handle that camaraderie during practice?
Well, being a senior, you're the oldest. You kind of are trying to mentor the younger ones and be there if there's any questions, help translate anything from Coach Simon to them, and just making sure you're pushing your teammates in practice, because you're not making anybody better if you're just kind of going through the motions, and that's something that he preaches a lot about.
I think that we need to focus on what we need. I think we just need to bond as a team and play together and not separate into groups.
Yeah.
Because, in school you would have this group over here and this group over here, and we just need to be one.
Yeah, most definitely.
I think leadership goes a long ways. You don't have to be an oldest person. You can be a younger one too. You have to take over and own it. If anyone's not, knowing what's going on, struggling, you have to be able to help them, be there for them like a teammate would do. I think really just being there for one another is a big key to everything in a team.
I would also have to say leadership, because we had some of our 9th grade girls come and practice with us last 3 weeks, and it's really helped us like with our conditioning and like getting up and down the floor, and because like we haven't had the numbers because not everyone's been in practice, and we've had some out for injuries.
Coach, you know, considering the success you have had over the previous years, what's your message coming into this season, you know, to give them that extra push when if and when you all make it to where you need to make it to?
Well, like Sydney said, and I want my players confident, and I want their goals to be set high, and we did goals as players, and I made them all give me goals, and they gave me the goals, and everybody said, you know, state championship is their goal. But you know, some of my goals is just first off, we got to get better every day. And we got to take every game seriously, and we got to do our best to try to win a conference championship. If you can do that, you kind of set yourself up in the state tournament, and then you got to go play well when it counts. And just to try to get these girls back to the state championship game, to give them an opportunity to win a state championship, that's our goal. But the goal is to get better every day and to build as a team and take every game seriously. And we got a tough non-conference schedule. We're going to the Conway tournament here in a few weeks to start off the season. We host our own tournament, and then we're going to Dallas over Christmas break to get some good competition over there. So, and our conference is going to be a lot tougher this year, so these girls are going to be pushed throughout the season. And our goal is just to get better every day.
I know. Yeah, you tackled that non-conference. That was one of my deals I was going to ask you about.
Yeah.
But, so speaking of non-conference, I'm going to ask you all like I asked everybody else, and, you know, give us that team that you have circled on your calendar that you're really looking forward to playing.
So I feel like we need to take every game seriously. Well, because if you have like low expectations for a team, you're going to play to those expectations. That's right. And so if you take every game seriously, like you're playing as best as you can, no matter who it is, what the score is. And that's something that Coach Simon's always talked to us about. Like he'll ask us what the score is, and it's 0-0. Like it does not matter if you have a big lead, if you're down, like you need to play as hard as you can the entire time.
I would have to agree with Sydney on that every game is important, but also focus on the teams that you know are going to be good and that they have beat teams that you've lost to, and that really just focuses and makes you want to win against those teams.
Coach Simon's schedule is really tough competition for us, so I think just looking forward to each game step by step, because all of our non-conference games are really competitive, and he wants us to be the best we can and best images of ourselves that we can be. And I think the Duncanville, Texas tournament was one of the best ones I've ever been to for school ball anyways, and that was like the best competition for everything we had, and we improved so much from it.
I'd also have to say every single game, because in between those games we can work on the mistakes that we made prior in those games and the games before, and just work on getting stronger together and improving all as a team.
Anything else? Hey, well, that concludes our interview. We appreciate you all spending time.
Yeah, thank y'all for having us. Thank y'all for what y'all do for high school basketball.
You're right. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes it. Okay, up next we have Clinton High School girls basketball. Leading the way, we got Clinton Post. Matthew Post. I'm sorry, Coach. Matthew Post. Lead the way. Give us a little insight about your program and who you brought today.
Oh, yeah, we're really excited. I was just saying, though, when this thing comes up, it means, hey, it's almost basketball time. We go play somebody else. We had a really good season last year. You know, we've won 20-plus games 4 years in a row. We've won 2 regionals, made the state tournament 4 years in a row. So, you know, we plan on making the state tournament every year and plan to make runs in the state tournament. So we're really excited about what we have coming back. We have a whole bunch of experience guards coming back. Have a lot of length, really good post player coming back. So we feel like we have a complete team, and you know, we're always confident in our defense, but this might be the most explosive offensive team we put together. So really looking forward to that.
Wow.
I brought 3 seniors, got Caden Brown. She has an offer from Ecclesia College in Springdale. She's had a really, really good summer, probably one of the best summers I've seen since I've been at Clinton. This is my 5th year at Clinton. Maggie Grissom, here's a senior post player. She has an offer from North Arkansas College, which we have one playing there right now, Sydney Sandridge, who's done awesome up there. She's also had a really good summer, probably one of the more skilled back-to-the-basket players in the state, can go left, can go right. And then I've got senior guard Cameron Keith. We joke, we call her Cameron Krabs Keith because she can really defend. You know, we talk about defending and clamping up, so we're really excited for her senior year.
Right on. So with that being said, Coach, Coach done hyped you all up. So give us an outlook on you all's take coming into the season.
I'm super excited for this season. I'm a senior this year, so I've got big roles to fill from seniors that left last year. I'm looking forward to it, looking to play with my team. Want to make a good run, like Coach Post said, at the state tournament again this year. So.
I'm also super excited. We've got really good team chemistry this year, which is something that you don't see all the time, especially in girls basketball. But we're all friends, and it's just fun to play with my teammates. Practice is fun, and I'm really looking forward to games.
I'm also really excited for this season because, I'm coming in as 6th man. I'm going to get a lot more playing time this time, and I'm ready to show that I'm ready for that and play good defense and stuff.
So, Coach, what's some of your goals and expectations for this group coming into this season?
Yeah, we never really set goals. You know, some teams set goals and want to do this, and we talk about being the best that we can be every day, every game. And for our best, it's good enough to win conference, we'll go win conference. If it's good enough to go win state, we'll go win state. So our goal is to just keep getting better every single day at what we do and focusing on, what we do defensively, what we do on offense. If we keep improving, if our best is good enough to go win state, that's what we'll do. And our best has been pretty good the last 4 years, and we hope that we keep improving on what we've done.
And you mentioned Sydney Standards in that 23 class, the winningest class in school history, and if I'm not mistaken. And the narrative was that you guys weren't going to be bad in that last year, maybe take a step back a little bit, still won 22 ball games, and really, probably surpassed a lot of people's expectations. So just kind of talk about some of the things that went into that.
Yeah, we lost that senior class, and last year people thought we might, like you said, take a step back. We still won the conference. Made state tournament, made the second round of state tournament. And a lot of that, I think, is based on the program and what our kids do, 7 through 12. They compete every day. They work hard. And like Cameron was just saying, once your time to step into a role, our kids are ready to step into it and go make the plays that they need the team to make. And this year's team, we bring back tons of experience. I bring back, I think, seven kids who played the full high school season, played over 15 minutes in high school games. So, anytime you come back, it makes coaching those teams easier because a lot of times they know why they made a mistake before I even tell them. So, we've got a lot more offense in than we've had the last year or two. So we're really looking forward to what we can do this season.
Coach, talking about that success, I'm pretty sure with success there comes some trust. So my question is, how do you build that trust? How do your players respond to your trust as well?
Yeah, we build that through. We have tough practices. We practice 5:50 to 7:30 in the morning a lot of the times, and then we practice again from 10:30 to 11:30 in the middle of the day. And a lot of times I get on them hard, but they know I love them at the end of the day, and we do anything for them outside of the basketball. And they trust that I'm putting them in the right spot to be successful the same way I trust them. I put them in that spot to go make that play. And I think that's how you get the team chemistry between players, but also with coaches. And I know they're going to make mistakes sometimes, but it's what you do after that mistake and I trust them that when they make mistakes, they're going to pick a teammate up or pick me up. I make mistakes all the time. I make bad substitution or call the wrong set, and a lot of times they make me look good even when I mess up, which is a lot more than I'd probably like to admit.
And when people hear Clinton, they think of chuck wagon races or going to the lake or whatever the case may be. But from an athletic standpoint, y'all have such great community support. A couple years ago, y'all took a caravan bus up to, I think it was Valley Springs when you were still in 3A. So just talk about just the support that you guys get from your entire community for the girls basketball team. And we'll ask that next one to Judson as well when he's up.
Oh, yeah. Man, I tell everybody that will listen, Clinton, Arkansas USA is all about the school. Everything revolves around the school, around our sports teams. And you go, we have an arena that seats 2,000 people. You go in there on a Friday night, there's going to be 1,400 people. I guarantee you when they're shopping, they're in Walmart or Cash Saver, I guarantee you they get stopped once or twice during basketball season and someone's asked them, hey, how are we looking for Friday night? How's this team going to be? How are we looking? It's what small town sports are supposed to be about. And people, and this is the biggest thing I think, that when kids, they go into college and they go and get jobs, their parents still come to a lot of the games. And they don't have kids in school anymore. And I think that says a lot about the community that keeps supporting kids even when their kids are long gone.
Wow.
And I got to say, we got one of the best admin in the state, Mr. Smith, Mr. Chalk. That stuff doesn't happen without them, supporting our kids and what our vision is.
So that's a segue to my next question. How do you promote team cohesion and that unity that even within the team, I know the community, they see it, but how do you promote that?
And I'll let them talk about a little bit of this, but we do every year, we do a mother-daughter senior retreat.
Mm-hmm.
So every year we got like a cabin in the woods, and we do stuff outside all day, like team building stuff, like, you've seen the marble and the PVC pipe, you got to pass it, and the walking sticks, and blindfold dodgeball, all kinds of different stuff. And they do it with their moms. It's a whole day hanging out with your mom. And then at the end of the night, they write letters to each other. We ask, tough questions like, if you were to die today, what's the last thing you want me to know? Then they write letters, and they get those letters on senior night. So it's a fun deal, and it builds in the community with your parents, with their parents, and you guys can kind of talk about some of the things we do.
Yeah.
We get our schedule every single month for what the practices are going to look like, but there's always something on the schedule that's outside of basketball, something we do as a team. Like October, we're going to a haunted house. There's always team bonding stuff that we're doing, outside of basketball, and I think that's really helped us as a team, and then also people seeing that we're out doing this fun stuff.
And then something else we do is we do a lot of fundraising. We sit outside of the grocery store and we take donations around the time we play Heber football game. And I think people seeing us out there in the community, it shows that we care not only about basketball, but we want the community to be better as well. And it just makes us look better.
Yeah, I think also at the end of the summer, we do like an end of summer party with the team, and that I think really helps to bring us together as a team. And like even the new ones that are there, like just at the start of the summer, like we get to play with them, and then we get to connect with them at the end of summer party.
Yes. Okay, so we talk about strength and weaknesses. So what's some of those strengths that you see within your program, and what's some of those weaknesses, and how do you plan on attacking it?
Yeah, I think one of the strengths of this year's team is I think we have a lot of really good guard play, a lot of experienced guards. And, a lot of times in college they talk about having a big man. We've got a really good big man, but you got to have guards around the big man to get him the ball. And I think we've got a lot of shooters to help create space inside so we can throw the ball inside. If we want to kick it out, we've got shooters. So I think it's going to give us a lot of space. I think defensively we've got a really good teams. Always been one of the strengths of our program is we're going to play 85% man-to-man, believe in what we do. We used to play a pretty good man. One of the weaknesses I think could be it's hard to really find a weakness with this team right now. You're probably going to find that in the first 3 weeks of the season and then adjust to what we have to do. And I think being a consistent rebounding team right now could probably be a weakness, something that some days I think we're really good at, and some days I'm like, okay, we forgot to rebound today. So I think that's, as the season goes, that's something we're going to really focus on is crashing the boards every single play and being consistent with that.
And you've obviously got three of your team leaders here with you today. Who are some others that you'll be relying on this year to point out?
Yeah, we've got a point guard, and Lexi Wallace just got an offer from Lyon College. She's a junior, and I think she's as good as any point guard in the state. Last year, and I'll say it, we played some really good teams of kids going Division I, going Division II, and head-to-head, she took it to them in those games. And I think it's something people really need to take a look at is Lexi Wallace shoots a really good floater, can shoot it from the logo, really, really good on-ball defense. Another guard is Kaylin Lastly. She really spent a lot of time in the gym this summer. Her shot, she's really shooting it really good right now. Can drive it left, drive it right. Kenna Collins has had a really good summer. She's a really strong guard, can really finish really good with her left hand at the rim, can post up if she needs to. And then Olivia Johnson can really shoot it, really take you off the balance, has a really good crossover. So really looking forward to what they bring to the team. Then we moved up a sophomore class that's improving every single day, working hard. And like I said, they're getting to guard really good players every day, so that always helps them improve.
Okay, talk about that non-conference schedule and how it relates to, getting you prepared for the conference, later on into the season. So let's talk about that non-conference schedule.
Yeah, I've always been a believer in scheduling tough. If it feels good to schedule 15 games you can win. If you looked at our non-con games in the past, they've been really, really tough, and this year's no different. We go to Harrison. We're going to the Grade 8 in Rogers, which is like North Little Rock Central, Rogers Heritage. We've got Arkadelphia coming up to our place, which I think they're probably one of the top 2 or 3 4A teams in the state this year. Then that same week, we've got Star City coming back up. So, we've loaded up a really good 4A non-conference schedule mixed with a few of the 5 and 6As. They're going to be really physical, really tough, which we're going to have to be in our conference this year. We're going to have to be really physical to make it in this conference. So we're looking forward to that.
So I'm gonna ask you all, like I asked everybody else, what's that one team that you circled on your calendar that you're looking forward to playing?
Pulaski Academy, 100%. Last time we
Okay.
played them, it didn't go very well for us, and I'm ready to win next time.
That's right.
I'm probably also going to go with PA just because of how we played last time. It really wasn't a good image for us, and I think that redemption is going to feel really good when we do beat them next time we play them.
My number one's also probably PA, but a close runner-up is probably Heber because we're like big rivals in football and stuff. It's always fun to beat them.
Right on. And Coach, I know you just ready to get to it.
Yeah, I like to be anybody. It's anyone's a good one, but PA, they got a really good team. They replaced a Hall of Famer with another Hall of Famer, so that'd be a good battle. And then Morton's in our conference this year. They've always got a really good team and Hall of Fame coach. So it's going to be a lot of fun this year. But we believe in what we do and who we are too in our program. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We're looking forward to it.
Okay. Any other questions? Well, that concludes our interview. We appreciate you coming out, giving us the opportunity to get to know about your programs and your outlooks of the season. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys for doing this. I know it's tough and takes a lot of time, so we really appreciate you guys.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, next up we have Clinton High School boys basketball. We have head coach Judson Smith leading the way. How you doing, Coach?
Doing good, doing good. Thank you guys for having us here. We really appreciate it.
Okay, Coach, give us a little insight just about yourself and let us know who all you brought with you today.
All right, this is year 3 at Clinton. We've had pretty good success the last couple years. I'm really excited about as much as we bring back. This is the most we really bring back in a year. Really excited about this group of guys. We're going to be pretty big this year, pretty long, athletic. Should be really good offensively. But as far as that stuff goes, I'm going to get into the guys that I brought. On my far right, y'all's left, sophomore guard Hester Hensley. What do we call you, 6'1"? 6'3". 6'3", according to him. 6'2" guard, pretty good player. Excited to have him up with the high school guys this year. Carter Holland, 21 and 10 a game last year. Committed to Harding University. Really, really good basketball player. Finished second in Player of the Year voting in our conference last year behind, I don't know if you guys know, J.J. Andrews, pretty good player. So we're very, very happy to have him back. Brendan Johnson, he averaged 9 points, 6 boards a game last year, 6'5" wing, very athletic, above the rim type player. I'm excited about his junior year. And then on my far left over here is Gus Scroggins. He's a senior for us. Gus has been a really good shooter for us the last 2 years, knocked down a lot of big shots and a lot of big-time situations. So I'm excited about Gus's senior year and excited to see what these guys can do, as they're all getting older, and we're ready to rock and roll with that.
So with that being said, what's some of your what's some of your expectations and goals coming into this season?
All right, the goal, I think, and I don't know how many times you guys have heard it today, the goal is always Hot Springs. You want to get there, you want to have a chance, at the end of the year to be the one team that wins their last game. So that's always a goal. We feel like we're talented enough to compete to win our conference championship, compete in a regional championship situation. But as far as goals, it's day by day, win each game. Win each practice, win day by day. We talk all the time about winning the day, winning this, winning the drill, winning the rep, whatever it might be. So as far as goals go, that's the goal and the journey. That's how you achieve your goals, is by winning each rep. You win each rep, you're probably going to have a chance to win a conference championship. So that would be what I would say our big goals are this year.
And Coach, talking about all you have coming back, we've had a few of your future opponents for this season already today, and talking about some of their opponents, you guys were mentioned. So you clearly have gained some respect, and I'll get some input from the players as well. What does that mean, to show that your hard work and the success that you've had is paying off for others to mention you?
It's awesome. I mean, it really is, and I hope that we deserve that. I think these guys put in a lot of work, so I always will say that they do. But it's a little bit different going from, the last 2 years, everybody in the 4A knew you're hunting Blytheville or you're hunting Little Rock Christian. Like, there was never a doubt, and Farmington was in that category also. But they're all gone for the most part. I mean, Blytheville's still in the conference, but they graduated the 610 D1. So going from being one of the primary hunters to, I don't necessarily want to say the hunted, but you're in that classification, you're in that conversation with those really good teams. So it does feel good, but we talk about it now. You're not sneaking up on anybody anymore. I think that Little Rock Christian knew we were good last year, but they show up at our place and we snuck up on them and got them in double overtime. Mm-hmm. You're not doing that anymore. If you're not ready, everybody's ready for you.
That's right.
So you got to prepare like every game's your Super Bowl, because you go into somebody's place is their Super Bowl. So making sure that you're prepared night in and night out to go and take care of business and do what you're supposed to do, value the basketball every night, rebound the basketball like a champion every night, and accomplish what we want to accomplish without slipping up on the road or having a letdown game after a big win, stuff like that.
Right. Considering the success you all had last year, this is for the players. Let's talk about your outlook coming into this season. What's been on your mind? What have you been doing to prepare you for this moment?
Throughout our summer practices, we've just been practicing hard, really trying to create a team culture. And I'm excited for the season, excited to play games, and I think we can win a lot of games.
Throughout the summer, I think it was really competitive. It's very balanced, and it'll get chippy at times, which I think is good. It's going to build a lot of character. We could have a lot of success this upcoming year if we'll just play together and stick together.
Throughout the summer, it was very competitive, not only on the court, but out of the court as well, hanging out together. Really bonding was a big part of our summer success and our season success. So, yeah.
Over the summer, we've all been working hard and competing against each other, really pushing ourselves to the limit. And then grinding with each other in the weight room, getting our bodies right.
And Coach, I wanted to ask you, like we asked Coach Post, just talk about your community support. You heard what him and the girls had to say, and you clearly, just from your body language, it's just out of this world. So from your standpoint, just kind of how has that been in your now 3 years there?
Man, it's unmatched, really. Anywhere we go on the road, we've got a bigger crowd, probably 9 times out of 10 than the home team. It says a lot about our community. Not only are they at our home games, but they travel. Coach Post hit on it. It's not just parents that travel. There are people that, just run the grocery store they're going to be at every game. It's really, really cool, and it's crazy. I moved over the summer, bought a house in Clinton, didn't know my neighbor. He comes over to introduce himself, and he's like, he says his name, blah, blah, blah. Hey, how them boys going to be this year? I was like, well, okay, here we go. And I mean, that's in what, June we got to talking about that. So people are always really interested in what's going on in the arena, and they come watch practice. People are always around wanting to know what's going on, and they're excited about it. I mean, when you win and you build some success and you've got things going, people want to be a part of it, and people want to come and watch it and see it and support it. And I would say it's unmatched support. It's as good as I've seen anywhere.
Yo, let's talk about that from the players. Just how important is the community support to you all?
It's really important to all of us, and it's awesome to go out, play a game in front of basically our whole town. It's just really large crowd, and it makes you feel good that they want to come watch you.
I want to interrupt before Carter goes. I don't remember the exact number when we added it up with the girls, but over the last 2 years, I know the boys have lost 1 conference game at home, 2 total real games at home. And I don't think the girls hardly ever lose at the crib. So it's a big benefit. Wow. It's a big benefit. You got that support, and people get to see you win there. It get really fun. Go ahead, Carter. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it's caused a difference in a lot of the close games. Little Rock Christian coming, that place was roaring. It kind of impacts everybody. They walk in, the opposing team, and they're kind of just like, wow. It's everybody's just yelling at them, cheering us on, things like that.
Like Coach Smith said, our arena is always packed during home games and conference games. We got a lot of fans there, and it really feels good when your name's announced and everybody's just cheering for you. And not only that, when you're going around in town and everybody asks you about the game this Friday or Monday or whenever you play, it just feels really good knowing people are watching you.
The community support is definitely a big factor in helping us concentrate. Just having that huge crowd, being electric, it's one of the best feelings you can have.
Yeah, so, I know the crowd is one of the big keys to your success. So give us another thing besides the crowd that would be a key to your success to this year.
Really just staying together and playing for our teammates, getting excited when they score, and just being unselfish and just trying to win games, not caring about your stats.
Right.
Yeah, I think you hit it right on. It's playing for your teammates, but also playing hard, and which is also not just for yourself, but working hard every day is going to become success.
A big thing for us is we all have a strong connection with each and every person on our team. We all hang out all the time, so we're brothers, and we all just like seeing each other succeed on and off the court. Team chemistry,
it's a big part of us. it's something we've worked on ever since Coach Smith got here, just all being together all the time.
I'll give you your basketball answer to that, other than team chemistry and togetherness. But we're gonna have to shoot the ball well this year, and we've got guys that have made a lot of big shots. We've got guys that have shot 30, 38 to 40% from three, guys that have shot 50% from two. But when you turn, like Carter's had big numbers. He's been at the top of scouting reports for, this will be his second year of being at the top of those reports. He's going to get a lot of attention. Other guys got to step up and hit shots, and we've got to be better defensively. I would say we were one of the top teams in the 4A for sure in offense last year, averaged 70 points a game, scored at a ton. And then I get looking at numbers at the end of the year. If we eliminate some turnovers, that number's close to 80. We've got to be more efficient offensively and then better defensively, getting stops early in games and not letting teams get on a roll.
Speaking of, letting teams get on the roll and the success, just how has the pressure been not only from, within, but from everyone else outside of the group, as far as with the community and your success? How has the pressure been?
Right. My first year here, we got here and the schedule was pretty much done, but we were able to add some big names to it. And some of the people in the community are like, wow, they're going to play games like the girls are playing. They're playing the big schools, the 5A, the 6A schools. And they're like, well, good luck. Hope that goes okay. And that first year, we took some lumps. I think Cabot got us by 30. Some big schools got us pretty good. And then last year, we were able to beat some 6A schools and really compete with some 5 and 6As that are competing for state championships and stuff like that. So it's gotten to where, not only do we expect now to be in those games, to compete, to win those games, but everybody else does too. Right. So it's a little pressure filled, but that's why you do it. You want the pressure. You want to play in front of people that are expecting you to win. You don't want it to be a shock when you beat somebody. So it's fun, a lot of fun.
So that non-conference schedule is pretty brutal.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty good. We're going to play some really good teams. We're going to go to Valonia's tournament, and you're going to get nothing but 5 and 6As. Going to get Valonia in the first round of that. Hopefully get Nettleton after that. We're going to go up to Farmington and get the Lakeside Rams and Northside, Fort Smith Northside. We just play, as many big schools as we can, just because I know that's going to get you ready for a state tournament, and that's the goal. So we got to be ready for that.
Right on. Yeah. So. Speaking of your schedule, what team on your schedule that you all been circling to play this year that's going to give you that motivation to give it your all? Which team is that?
For me, it'd be Joe T. Robinson, because I watched my brother play them at Joe T. twice.
Right.
It's just it was crazy energy. It was awesome, and I'm excited to play out there.
Yeah, for me as well, it would be Joe T. I've played there the past 2 years, and it's a really hard place to play. We got them at home both years, and they got us their place both years. So I'd like to go their place and win one.
Cost you a conference championship.
Yeah.
Mine would probably be Morrilton, because I've got a lot of friends that go there, and it'll be a really competitive game. And I feel like when we just shut them out, it'll be silence from them.
Yeah.
Mine's also Morrilton. Just the fact that they called us out, I really want to go get them.
Uh-oh.
Go get them.
Okay. Well, that concludes our interview, and we appreciate you. Did you have anything else you want to say, Coach? I'm sorry.
Not really. Just that, like you guys said, the Morrilton team, they're really good, and anytime we get a chance to play teams with, y'all know the coaches. Like Zachary's a legend. He's a great coach. It's a challenge for me, so I look forward to that game. Okay. Sheridan, Joe Scott, I worked for the guy. Obviously, that one's always circled. So you got to be prepared for those types of games, because you can watch 10 films on these guys, and they're going to show up with something that you haven't seen them do.
That's right.
So being prepared for those guys and those teams that are really talented also should be fun.
There you go. Well, we appreciate you all coming out. That concludes our interview with you all. So thanks, and looking forward to seeing more of you guys throughout the season.
Thank you, guys.
All right. Okay, up next we got Southwest High School boys basketball. We got head coach Chris Threet and Raymond Shaw. How y'all doing?
Doing well today. Thank you all for having us.
Okay, Coach. Just to start off, give us a little introduction of yourself, your program, and the players that you brought with you today.
Again, my name is Coach Chris Threet. Proud to be the head boys coach at Little Rock Southwest High School. I've been a coach in the Little Rock School District since 1996. Proud to have these young men with me. I've got Montrell Martin, who's a senior here with us this year. He was All-State last year. One of our transfers coming in, Carlston Gill, proud to have him. Looking forward to great things from him this year on the team. I have Jonathan Hudson here to my left. Jonathan has been with us since the time he was a freshman, and those years have really gone fast, and so he's been a starter the last 2 years, expecting big things from him as well, and blessed to have Mr. James Toney with us, who also transferred in this year. And so we elected to bring 4 seniors with us today. Again, Coach Shaw is a product of the Little Rock School District as well. He's been on our staff for years, and Coach Shaw also played for me over at McClellan and came out in 2001. A little bit about the team. One thing is these guys like each other. And I think that's very important because when you're in the trenches with people, it helps to have somebody next to you. You don't have to like the man next to you, but it makes it easier because you're going to go through some hard times. There's going to be some adversity. And when you don't want to let down the guy next to you because you genuinely like him, I think that helps. And so while we could use a little more size this year, the chemistry and the guys that are willing to go to bat for each other, I think are going to go a long way. And I'm enjoying coaching these guys so far and looking for good things from them.
Absolutely. So just to start off, what's some of your goals and expectations coming into this season for this group?
I think one of the biggest goals is in the time we've been at Southwest, I think we've played a lot slower. Because I think there were some talent deficits that we've had. I think that the kids played hard, but we had some talent deficits, and so we had to kind of play slow and pull people into slower games. I think that the guard play, one, because people have gotten better, also with some of the guys transferring in, I think we're a little more athletic than we've been, and I think also the skill set's a little better in terms of shooting the ball. And so one of those goals is not to try to suck people into slow games and be able to play a little faster this year.
Right.
And I think you'll see that successful if during the game we say less. I tell the young men all the time, practice is the coach's time. Game time is the player's time. And the less you have to say on game day, the better they've learned what you're teaching in practice. And so one of the goals is to be more silent during the game, not because we're not into it, but because the young men have learned the things we need and they're leading that way. Of course, we don't, last year we got into the playoffs for the first time at Southwest. The goal now is not just to try to get in and kind of be on life support, but actually to make the playoffs and try to make a run and have people understanding that it's going to be a war every time you're playing Little Rock Southwest, no matter where you're playing.
Speaking of that, let's talk about making it to the playoffs, and what's some of y'all goals and expectations from building on that?
Well, I say not just make it to the playoffs, but I'm trying to win state. So anything I can do to win state, then that's what I'm trying to do.
Right on.
My goal for the season is really just make my teammates better, get deep off into the state playoffs, so that way we can make a big run.
Y'all got anything to say, fellas?
Like Montrell said, I want to win state. I've been here 4 years, and each year we've improved, and I'm ready to see us win.
Yeah, like Cal said, I'm just trying to make sure my teammates are as good as they possibly can be so we can make a deep run this year.
And Coach, talking about that state tournament game, I think it was a 4 or 5 point game against Springdale. And just talking about your conference, you look at Bryant that many have as the favorite after finishing runner-up last year. Ben Lindsay comes in to Conway, had a phenomenal run at Magnolia, and just of course West Swift up at Jonesboro. So, how much playing that competition where there's no easy night essentially? How much does that prepare you guys for a possible postseason run?
No, it's going to sound well, not even crazy. I came into the district in '96 at Little Rock Central, and back then 4A was the highest classification, and I know twice at McClellan when 5A was the highest classification. I had 2 teams that went 8-6 in conference and didn't even make the playoffs. Finished the year beating North Little Rock and Parkview and didn't even get in because the conference was so thick. In essence, that's what this conference is now. So it's 6A. But 6A in essence is the 5A conference that was the old 4A when we had Joe Johnson, that group at Little Rock Central, and I had Anthony Brock at McClellan. I'm a firm believer in the scripture where the Bible says iron sharpens iron. So a man sharpens the countenance of his friends. If you want to say that you're the best, play the best. All you're going to do playing lesser competition is make yourself worse or fool yourself into thinking you're better than you are. And you mentioned you're going to find out exactly who you are when you play Bryant. You're going to find out exactly who you are when you deal with West Swift. He and I have known each other going back to when Coach Swift was going back to time at Lone Oak and Hughes and things of that nature that just tell you how long Coach Swift and I have known each other. And so when you play those teams, when you play Conway, and you've mentioned a couple teams, but quite honestly, there's no off nights. And so it's almost a slight not to name a team because everybody's style is different. And just to give you an idea, we had to get better at the end of last year to get into the playoffs. Central beat us for the last game of the regular season. They won state. They beat Springdale in overtime. We missed a 3 with 8 seconds left to beat Springdale. And so what I've told the guys is the difference between winning and losing often is in small things. And so people talk about winning state, but the first thing is what can you do to not beat yourself, to be the best version of you? And then a lot of time the winning or the success is a byproduct of the preparation. And our conference will definitely have you ready.
And speaking of that, Coach, let's talk about your strength and your weaknesses at this point. And I don't know if you even know what it is at this point, but let's talk about what's some of your strengths and what are your weaknesses coming into this season?
Okay, I think I'll start with the biggest weakness, or the biggest weaknesses that I perceive. Of course, your games will tell you how right you are. But I think one thing is we have a size deficit this year. I think last year one of the strengths was with Montrell and James DeLoach. Most games we went into, physically we were going to match up with those teams, with those 2 guys inside, if we could play a certain style. Of course, DeLoach graduated, and thankfully Montrell, who was All-State, is back. And I think while he individually could be a strength against some of the inside players, we're not a big team playing in the largest classification. And so you've got to make it through a hard, grueling conference schedule when you're not big, which means you're going to have to be tough, which means you're going to have to box out, and you're going to have to do things like that to overcome things that just from a standpoint of size is going to be an issue. I think that's one thing we have to overcome. I think another thing is we have 2 wonderful transfers in I think are going to be helpful, but you've got to merge them, and practice is one thing, but you learn a lot about yourself in games, and so the experience and cohesion of having a team together, I think that's a potential, not necessarily a weakness, but something we've got to deal with and have right by conference. So I would say the size and the continuity that comes from playing together are potential weaknesses. You asked for strengths as well. I think one of the strengths is adding Carlston Gill this year. Carlston was All-State transferring in, and so to have a guy that knows how to score. No one comes to the game to watch the coach. They come to watch players play, and so I think it's a blessing to have a guy coming in that the team has counted on him to win in the past, and so I think he'll give us a scoring punch. I think having James Toney come in, he shoots the ball well, and so I think we will shoot the ball significantly better than we have in the past, and we'll have more people who can score individually, not just out of the sets. Another strength is one of the hardest working players I've ever had is sitting to my left, and so it just seemed like yesterday he was a freshman and now he's a sophomore, and he probably had to play before he was supposed to because of our limited talent, but he's a senior now that's seen that 6A conference for 3-4 seasons. I think that's a strength because there's nothing he's going to see that he hasn't seen. And I'm biased, but I think the hardest person to guard, perhaps in our conference, if not our classification, is Montreal, because I think if a guy is big enough, if he's big enough, he's going to be hard to guard from a standpoint of he's going to go by him. If a guy is small enough and has the footwork to stay in front of him, he's not strong enough. And I think that showed up last year. You mentioned Brian ended up playing in the championship game. Montreal scored 29 and 28 in those games. One, he was 9 of 13 from the floor. The next game, they were running 2 people at him, and he's back. And so having that guy who's played against the best teams and done that, had 33 at Cabot, people were hoping he was a senior. I was glad he wasn't. And so having that guy back and this group of guys, in addition to some of the young men, I'm looking forward to coaching them.
Okay. So what I want to end on is ask you guys, what's that team that's on your schedule that you really looking forward to playing this year, and that's motivating you, to come in this season ready? What's that team?
Every team. Whatever team we play.
Any and everybody.
The people that we line up against every night.
Okay. So with that being said, we would like to conclude this interview, and we appreciate everybody for coming out and giving us the opportunity to get some insight on, just what your program is about and your outlook for the season. Appreciate it.
Thank you all so much for having us.
Okay.
Day one of Big Miller Basketball Media Days. We want to thank American Pie Pizza for supplying lunch, and also, of course, the fine folks at First Community Bank for all that they do for us. You can check out the recap of day one on the Natural State Sports Network YouTube page. We will see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
Y'all go. Y'all look out for this.